My name is Rick Valenta. I'm the director of the Sustainable Minerals Institute at UQ, and I have the honor of opening up today's meeting. I want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners and their custodianship of the land on which we meet, and like to, on behalf of everyone, and like to pay our respects to their ancestors and descendants who continue cultural and spiritual connections to country and recognize their valuable contributions to Australian and global society. So welcome to the 8th Annual Dust and Respiratory Health Forum here at the Brisbane Convention and Exhibition Centre for the first time. Before I do anything else, I want to really gratefully acknowledge the support of our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, Breathe Safe, our gold sponsor, Gregor, silver sponsor, Cyclone, our bronze sponsors, Sunstrom, Kennelec, Fleet Space, Restorators, and our morning tea sponsor, Resources Safety and Health Queensland. We really couldn't have put this on here to this great venue without your support. And it's really going to make an important difference to the conference. So thanks again. So over the years, this forum has really grown to become what's now a national and I think arguably international focal point for advancing the understanding and control of occupational dust and respiratory health risks. And as a result, we took the decision at the end of last year to move the event from the university campus, which we were growing out of, to the Brisbane Convention and Exhibition Centre. And this marks really a major milestone, and we hope it will elevate this important forum to a larger stage and make it more accessible to a broader audience. And you can see that there's a very large audience in the room, and I believe a very large audience online as well. So I'm now going to say some embarrassing things about Nikky LaBranche, all well-deserved. So a major driver of this momentum is the work of Dr. Nikky LaBranche, soon to be senior research Dr. Nikky LaBranche, program lead for dust and respiratory health based at UQ's Sustainable Minerals Institute and the Minerals Industry Safety and Health Center that you probably largely know it as Meeso. Since this time last year, Nikky's received significant national recognition, including the 2024 Alzheimer's Professional Excellence Award in Health and Safety, the 2025 Queensland Resources Council Exceptional Women in Technological Innovation Award, the 2025 MATTEF Women in Resources Technical Innovation Award, presented at the BHP Women in Resources National Awards hosted by Bureau's Council of Australia, the QMIHSC 2025 Health Innovation Award for the Joint Project on Safe Removal and Replacement of Degraded Exhaust Laggate. And Nikky was also a finalist for a very prestigious AFR Emerging Leader Award in education. Or in the university sector. And these accolades really highlight the national impact and leadership of the Dust and Respiratory Health Program and its role in shaping the future of dust management. And really congratulations to Nikky, but also to the whole team in their efforts to shed light on this vitally important topic. So the other thing to say is that the program, the Dust and Respiratory Health Program, continues to expand its research portfolio, now exceeding $4 million in active projects. And there are 2 new projects that have recently commenced. There's a 2.5-year DDB-funded project entitled Advancing Dust Exposure Assessment through Enhanced Electron Microscopy-Based Characterization, which will push the boundaries of particle-level analysis and enhance our understanding of respirable hazards, and a collaborative project with Breathe Safe, focused on leveraging advanced monitoring and characterization techniques to improve protection for workers in real-world mining environments. And these projects really reflect the strategic shift towards data-driven prevention, smarter monitoring, and closer partnerships with industry. And looking ahead, today's program is a reflection of that shared ambition, combining world-class research, industry innovation, and practical solutions to address complex dust challenges. The forum remains a place where research meets practice, where partnerships are built, and where the next steps in safeguarding respiratory health are forged. A sincere thank you again to all of our speakers, and it's a great lineup of speakers, sponsors, students, and all the attendees for making this forum a success, which I'm sure it will be, and for your continued commitment to advancing respiratory health in the resources sector. And I'm now going to introduce and then hand over to Ken Singer, who's the Acting Commissioner for Resources Safety in Health Queensland, to deliver his opening remarks. Ken's experience in the resources industry spans 4 decades across coal mining, mineral mining, and explosive sectors. We were chatting about some of the challenges he's dealt with in his career in the mining industry just before we got together. Ken Bolton's a Bachelor of Engineering in Mining Engineering and a graduate diploma in mine ventilation and Master of Science in Human Factors and System Safety. And furthermore, and this is I guess possibly even more important credentials that are relevant for today. 40 years ago, Ken was at the coalface pulling pillars in the old Ben and Wongawilli extraction panels where timber half crowns and legs were used instead of roof bolts. In between shovel cars and while setting breakup props, yes, I'd have to look those up on the internet, Ken searched for leaves long since fossilized in 200 million year old siltstone roof rocks. Occasionally, the miner driver would yell, "Rock away!" because sometimes when trying to rob the stock, another thing I'd look up on the internet, that the roof came in with little warning, and the quote was, "We would all run away. The roof fell to the breaker props, and the air blast ensured that the place was laden with airborne dust." Ken recalls, "You couldn't see your hand in front of your face." So if there's a story that better illustrates the importance of understanding dust in the mining industry, I don't know what it is. So please welcome Ken Singer.
Thank you, Rick. Hello, everyone. And I've got that punchline from Professor David Cliff at the back there. I've known David for 40 years and respect him very much. Thank you, David. Nice to catch up with you again. And thank you for Miss and for inviting me to say a few words in support of our forum. Since becoming the Acting Commissioner of Resources Safety and Health, we learned that this forum is well supported by RSHQ operators, researchers and others, not only from Queensland and New South Wales, but around the world, who have gathered here today and online to collaborate and share information that will help our resources sector to reduce the risk of occupational dust lung disease. And even though it's not a competition, there's no lucky door prize, I've been handed some stats here. What an amazing turnout. So over 200 people in person and 320 online, and of equal participation at 101 each, HSC and safety professionals, advisors and managers, and medical and clinical health professionals, and occupational hygienists as well. And right up there, the academics and the researchers, medical clinical health professionals. And great to see so many site senior executives and executive directors and CEOs, over 100 online who are here today. And of course, we have a whole lot of other people, scientists and students. Welcome to students. All right. So many here today and elsewhere, including Professor Cohen, Dr. Gale and Dr. Alberg, have helped Queenslanders to improve the safety, health and well-being of our workers, including through the turbulent years of the inquiry into the re-identification of coal mine workers' pneumoconiosis in Queensland and the subsequent reforms. And for that, I thank you and the others that have been a part of our journey. If our industry is to improve its reputation as a leader in health and safety, it's important that we continue to collaborate, adapt leading practice and leverage from research. These endeavours, after all, spell out the hallmarks of high reliability organisations called out in the industry level reports such as the Brady Review and by the University of Queensland reports that are available on the Commissioner's webpage. When I accepted the role of Acting Commissioner, my first priority was to establish relationships with people that are strategically placed throughout Queensland, Australia and the world to help the Queensland resources sector to continue its journey towards a higher reliability industry, HRI. An industry where we once again believe in our ability to protect and restart those already employed in the industry and support those that are no longer working in the industry. I'm fortunate that I've already established effective relationships with some of you at this forum today. I look forward to establishing many more. It is, for example, a great pleasure for me to acknowledge two of Queensland's site safety and health representatives at this forum, that being Scott Anderson and Andrew Large. It's great to see several SSHRs here today. Having seen Scott and Andrew in action at the coalface and knowing the strategic role that site safety and health reps play in helping everyone from workers at the face through to site senior executives see things that sometimes we all miss. So I thank you for your contribution you have made so far in protecting our coal mine workers. Being new to the role, I've recently updated and published the Commissioner's strategic plan on the Commissioner's webpage, and I've provided a copy to Minister Dale last. That strategy reconfirms my commitment to tripartite collaboration and consultation across between resources industry operators, workers, and the regulator. For those that know me, it's my belief that we won't deliver on our commitment unless we join forces and focus on leading indicators to reduce the likelihood of those unwanted events. Transitioning to a higher reliability industry simply means that we need to continue to work together to identify and implement ways to extend the mean time between failures. That time needs to be extended to, well, potentially indefinitely. And we owe it to those already affected by occupational dust lung diseases to ensure that we support them in the treatment options available to them. As chair of our mining, safety and health advisory committees, I announced that one committee has reset its vision statement as an industry where leading practice is standard and where fatalities are a thing of the past. Last year, there were 4 fatalities in Queensland surface coal mines. There's no logical explanation anyone can give to a family member as to why their loved one died or suffered a life-changing disease like pneumoconiosis, particularly when our safety and health management systems state how such events are to be avoided, yet the high reliability future continues to elude us. We all have a role to play in delivering better outcomes, and the commitment given by our mining industry advisory committees to help include the identification of strategies that will assist the industry to improve the effectiveness of developing, implementing, and maintaining safety and health management systems, and ensuring that the controls identified as critical in preventing such materially unwanted events are in place and effective, as validated by effective monitoring programs. It stands to reason that if industry can become effective at preventing fatalities, it will become effective at reducing the likelihood of the serious accidents and resultant diseases like CWP, as the principles of eradication are the same. Trust, teamwork, and respect. I've worked with many great leaders and organisations during my time. When working for Rio Tinto, for example, I was skilled in the teamwork model. That model has served me well as a leader, and I'll continue to demonstrate those attributes going forward. The teamwork model teaches team leaders and team members skills in social process. When they're trying to solve problems and conduct work safely, teams are taught to establish context and purpose, identify critical issues and constraints, encourage team members to share information and solicit ideas, make it safe to speak up, and to initiate effective task assignment and how to review and monitor work underway. All of which helps the team establish trust and respect and prevents teams from drifting into failure. Well, that wasn't the case in 2017 in Queensland when we saw the re-identification of coal mine workers in the 20-osis, as you all are aware. The subsequent parliamentary inquiry told black white lies, replayed the industry where we had drifted into failure, and as a result, that inquiry stated the committee found that there had been a catastrophic failure at almost every level of the regulatory system intended to protect the health and safety of coal mine workers in Queensland. The inquiry went on to say that the number of workers with CWP is anticipated to go up as more of our retired veterans are tested in years to come. I have one slide, if I could go into that one slide, thank you. As a famous man recently said to me, thanks, thanks. It's bad as it was, Ken, that Maurice, we are demonstrating we care for our miners after the fact. That famous man was Jim Cotter. That's a picture of Jim in my own slide today. I worked with Jim underground some 40 years ago. Jim is now 72 years of age. On Jim's shirt, the badge reads, Queensland Resources, Dust Disease and Mackay Support Group. This picture was taken at the Collinsville Miners Memorial on the 13th of October this year, where many wreaths were laid and the hurt was revisited. At the memorial, Jim informed me that he was proud to be a part of the group that advocated for the Heart-Guide mobile screening service to diagnose the dust disease in retired miners in remote areas. Although Jim and I lamented that things would have been done better, Jim is proud of how industry has not abandoned its veterans. So, on behalf of Jim, I think everyone is involved in establishing the program to ensure we do not abandon our retired miners. And just to put that into context, when I worked underground with Jim 40 years ago, I watched a video called Dust, the Invisible Killer. That video, along with my safety advisor at the time, taught me that dust was an enemy to coal miners and that I had to wear a dust mask when exposed to dust. In that video, the continuous miner had an automatic instantaneous respirable dust monitor, which displayed that showed the amount of respirable dust at the driver's cab. The operators were able to stop mining if the level exceeded the safe level. During my career underground, I never saw a continuous miner with an automatic dust monitor in operation. So we relied on responding to the presence of visible dust. When someone watered down the Wheeling Road, check the picks and sprayed on the continuous miner, and we would wear dust masks. Occasionally, SimTask would attend the mine and conduct personal gravimetric monitoring, and 4 weeks later, some of us might have been told that we had failed the respirable dust monitoring. And as history would foretell, some of those exposed would be informed later that they had succumbed to respiratory dust-related dust disease. So, as the acting commissioner, my functions include monitoring and reviewing the performance of RSHQ, and I chair the mining advisory committees that are charged with assisting industry to identify critical risks and make positive interventions when things are not trending in the right direction. I'm conscious that in order to make a difference, I need to maintain and establish effective relationships with stakeholders, including everyone here and online today. I need to stay in tune with the sentiment of industry, including our inspectors and inspection officers, our workers' representatives and their workers. And in order to uphold the integrity of the role, I need to act with impartiality and independence and in the public interest. And I'll do this by going to the gambler, playing with a straight bat, putting the horse before the cart, and pointing out the good things. If you need to know more about that, see you during the break. Here are the principles. So with these principles in mind, I invite you to invite me or any of the Mining Advisory Committee members into the tent. If you believe that our industry is not responding in the way it ought to be, in order to promote the safety and health of our workers or those affected by our operations, remember that the Commissioner and your Mining Advisory Committees are also vehicles for change. So, new legislation, like the old proverb says, the rolling stone gathers no moss, and neither will our continued transformation to our HRI. As such, the Queensland mining industry has initiated further reforms to improve our ability to minimise the risk of respiratory diseases. In 2026, for example, coal mines will be required to have a PHMP in place for airborne dust or any other airborne contaminants. These changes will require us to double down and identify which controls are critical in preventing such materially unwanted events. The impending changes will provide industry with yet another opportunity to demonstrate our proficiency in teamwork and the application of the hierarchy of controls when identifying ways of eliminating controlling such hazards. So I'm confident we will continue our transformation to a higher reliability resource sector with full participation and with tripartite support. My confidence stems from the following observations. Firstly, everyone in our industry understands the pain associated with death and serious injury never goes away. There is only one real cure, and that's prevention. Tripartite solutions, as committed by your mining advisory committees, will help. We have a lot of good people committed to improving safety, health and wellbeing outcomes of our industry, and that includes the person who shared that video with me all those years ago. Dust, the invisible killer. The same person that not only looked after me and others under his watch as a safety advisor, mine deputy and under manager for over 45 years. That person's here today. His name's Des Smith. Thank you. I also acknowledge the health professionals, the likes of Ian Marshall, who led our site safety and health committee at an underground mine in the Bowen Basin. Ian helped set up some real-time monitoring of health conveyor roadways and health portals. That was a step change for our ongoing journey to eradicate dust-related disease. Thank you, Ian. I also acknowledge specialists like Andrew Battison, who went on to become an inspector, just like his big brother Frick's duty, along with others in RSHQ Health Surveillance Team under the leadership of Dean Barr, who are helping the industry to understand what it needs to do to comply with its obligations, and who are working with industry to assist it in its preparation for potentially low occupational exposure limits being set by Safety Australia. And the list goes on. So on that note, I say keep up the good work, team. Enjoy the forum. I look forward to meeting you, and I'll now hand over to Nikky. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Some quite inspiring stories from your time on the collect days. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Conventions up where you belong in the world. We're a little bit behind time, so I'm gonna move on to the next presenter. So, Dr. Bob Cohen has been a staple of this event for a number of years. So many of you would know Dr. Bob. So he's a professor of medicine and the director of occupational lung disease. So he's practiced clinical pulmonology medicine for more than 30 years and is board certified in internal medicine, pulmonary medicine, critical care medicine, and is a certified B reader since 1998. So he's got a broad background in dust and respiratory diseases, and he's done a lot of great work with Australia and the mining industry in Queensland in particular. Bob?
My talk today, I want to thank you. I've been there since the very beginning of these conferences, and they've gotten much bigger and wider audience, and it's really wonderful to see how it's developed. And thank you, Nikki and SMI, for inviting me again. What I thought I'd talk about today is we've talked a lot about dust control, dust levels, primary prevention. We've talked a lot about medical surveillance and looking for early disease, but I thought I'd talk a little bit about mortality data, because overall, when we look at health of populations, not just individuals, and what is happening with their health, the mortality data is really useful and important. So I thought I would talk about that today. I don't know that we've discussed that before. I have no conflicts to talk about. These are my main sources of funding. And the goals for today's talk is to talk about all-cause mortality studies in coal mining populations. We'll talk about non-malignant respiratory disease, which includes pneumoconiosis, but it also includes chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. That's chronic bronchitis and emphysema. These are the diseases that we really I think often don't attribute often enough to the occupational exposures that contribute to them. And so they often go undiagnosed or at least unrelated to the occupational exposures that cause them, but they cause a huge amount of morbidity, a lot of damage and impairment in coal mining populations. So I think we'll really talk a little bit about that. Also, cancer and malignancies are an important thing to keep in mind. And we'll talk about malignant respiratory disease and lung cancer a little bit. And then there's been some interesting mortality studies that were done by recently for the Resources Safety and Health Queensland by Monash University. And we'll talk about that. And I'll compare it a little bit to some of the US mortality studies that we have done and that I've been involved in. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the strengths and weaknesses of mortality studies. One of the really hard things about them is that they really are analyzing the situation many, many years after the exposures, but they do give us an idea about what are the exposures and what have contributed to people's deaths and how that could be related to what happened in the workplace. So one of the first things that we can see or think about with occupational exposures is just data looking at death certificates. And death certificate data is a little bit difficult to analyze because it really depends on people knowing that the person had an occupational exposure, understanding that exposure and coding it on death certificates. So while it does give us some information, it's really very weak because it doesn't follow along with the whole population, and just really depends on people looking at that person's history and then deciding whether or not their death was related to this occupational exposure. And I'll show you just one example of death certificate data. The next really important type of analysis is the cohort study. And cohort studies are really useful where people are enrolled early on in their careers and they're followed throughout their careers and many years later. And then you can get an idea collecting death certificate information on them and find out what was their mortality, what did they die from. And there's been two massive studies that were large coal mining cohorts. One was the British pneumoconiosis field research trials that took place starting in the late 1950s, and the other, the U.S. National Study of Coworkers Pneumoconiosis. And in fact, a lot of our permissible exposure limits and a lot of the data that we use are based on those cohort studies. But even another thing that is really useful, and the studies that I'll talk about are really based on surveillance data. So if we take a look at the mandatory or voluntary surveillance programs that exist, and we look at all those workers that are registered and look at their clinical information, their chest imaging, their lung physiology, and then we look at those folks that we have that have passed away and get their death certificate information, we can try to relate their mortality experience to what their exposures were, and what their clinical information was, to see what kinds of clinical findings contribute to their mortality from the diseases that we are really worried about. And the Monash study was like that in many ways. The Monash group looked at data from people that were going through the coal mine workers health scheme that is run by the Queensland Resources Safety and Health Queensland. And then they looked at their mortality experience and actually cancer incidence. But they didn't necessarily have everybody that ever worked because the surveillance data may not be very, very complete. It's certainly not complete in the United States, where our surveillance programs are really voluntary, and we've seen participation rates of only 30 or 40%. So our surveillance data to look at that mortality experience, while it's very informative, isn't as complete as what could be done in Queensland and in Australia. And the best thing is population-based studies, where every single person that ever is hired as a coal mine worker, we get the information and demographics from the industry, and then we take those folks, get all clinical information that we can from different sources, and then look at their mortality experience. And that's very difficult to do to get everybody who is registered. So I'll take you through a little bit of the history of some of the mortality data that exists and what we can learn from it, and then I'll review the more recent US and Australian studies. So as I mentioned, the pneumoconiosis field research studies or research trials started in 1953. They enrolled people through 1971, probably one of the biggest cohorts of coal miners ever assembled, 31,000 miners. And one of the first mortality studies looked at 19,000 or nearly 20,000 deceased miners by Dr. Brian Miller and Dr. Jacobson. And they followed these folks for 22 years after their enrollment and looked at their standardized mortality ratios. So that's a way of trying to understand if people die more or less frequently from a certain disease compared to the general population. So you look at the numbers of deaths in your population, and here they had a cohort that they could have the entire denominator for. They could see how many people entered the cohort, and then they can look at the mortality experience, how many people died of different diseases, and then compare to the standard, usually age-adjusted death rates for the population, either controlled regionally or nationally. And this is done in the UK, mainly Scotland and Wales and some other parts of England as well. And they found that there was an increased premature death for nonviolent mortality, so non-injury and non-other causes like that, so diseases basically, and in particular a much higher rate of pneumoconiosis and progressive massive fibrosis. But really importantly, they found an increased rate of emphysema and chronic bronchitis, even when they controlled for smoking history. And in these cohorts, they had real-time enrollment. They were able to get fairly detailed smoking histories. And this was an important sign that these diseases, emphysema and chronic bronchitis, that are so often only attributed to tobacco smoke exposure, really caused excess mortality in coal mining populations, and that coal dust in particular is a potent and important cause of these diseases or association with these diseases. Yeah. Let's go to the next one. And so let's talk a little bit about the United States data, which was the national study of coal workers' pneumoconiosis. This was a cohort study as well, but really only enrolled about 9,000 miners compared to the 31,000 that were done in the UK. And this was from 1969 through 1971, so more than a decade later in terms of enrolling folks. And it enrolled people that largely worked under the protective permissible exposure limits in the U.S. of 2 milligrams per meter cubed for respirable coal mine dust. And in this study, they were able to look at exposures as well as people's tenure in the mines and their smoking history. And they looked at the increases in diseases, the premature deaths, or the standardized mortality ratios for increasing exposure to coal mine dust. And in the first few studies, they looked at as you had increased cumulative lifetime exposure. So they took each person, they took their job history, they looked at the exposure data for those types of jobs, and in many cases they had the exposures in those mines or geologically very similar mines, and calculated their cumulative lifetime exposure. Very similar to calculating the total number of pack years for a tobacco smoker. You add up how many cigarettes per day and how many years they smoked that number of cigarettes per day, and you can get a lifetime exposure for tobacco. Well, they did the same for the cumulative exposure to coal mine dust. And as you would expect, the more coal mine dust exposure you had over your working lifetime, you would have a higher rate of pneumoconiosis. That would be small opacity or large opacity pneumoconiosis. But again, they found in this study that there were increased standardized mortality ratios. People dying and their underlying cause of death or their contributing cause of death was chronic bronchitis and emphysema or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And in this study, they also controlled for age and smoking history. And then they also wanted to see if the chronic bronchitis and emphysema deaths were somehow only seen in those people that had pneumoconiosis on their chest x-ray. So they removed cases where they had positive chest x-rays for pneumoconiosis and still found that there was an increased premature death from chronic bronchitis and emphysema in this population when they even removed people with a positive x-ray. So showing that the toxicity of coal mine dust can affect the lungs in several ways. It can cause the scarring and fibrosing lung disease, but it can also cause chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and chronic bronchitis, which are really often masked by smoking in the general population. Then what was interesting about this study is they kept following up 23 years, and then I'll show you another study that was even later, where there are many more deaths as time goes on. So they were able to submit and get the death certificate data on larger numbers of people from that original cohort. And in this data, in the second study, they also used exposure data, that cumulative coal dust and coal rank was another variable that they used in the U.S. and our eastern United States, especially the Northeast. We have more anthracite coal and higher rank coal, which is more toxic. And so they also controlled for the rank of the coal. And they found elevated mortality ratios compared to the general population, again, for non-malignant respiratory disease and accidents. They looked in this study for lung cancer and stomach cancer, but didn't find a significant increase in lung cancer or stomach cancer. And they controlled for, smoking, pneumoconiosis, coal rank region, and cumulative exposure were all predictors of increased mortality. Smoking, we can understand. Coal rank, again, the higher the carbon content, the more toxic, all increased non-malignant respiratory disease mortality. And they also looked very carefully at the never smokers, because there was a thought that, well, even smoking a little bit might have been explaining all of the non-malignant respiratory disease, the COPD seen in this population. But when they looked at the subgroup that had never smoked, there was a significant relationship between coal dust exposure and non-malignant respiratory disease, chronic bronchitis, and emphysema. Again, showing the importance of coal mine dust causing these diseases. And then finally, I got involved in a study with one of my PhD students in 2014. We looked at a follow-up of the study after 37 years. So many of this cohort had passed away. We had a lot of death certificate data, and we added at that time a separate evaluation of the role of silica. Before, it was just looking at respirable coal mine dust or total respirable dust, but here we separated out the contribution of silica, because our sampling and as is your sampling, we'll look at the silica percentage, and then from that you can calculate the total lifetime exposure to silica. And then when they looked at this data, again, comparing the standardized mortality ratios, the expected deaths in your population, expected deaths in the population versus what you observe, there was an increased rates of pneumoconiosis, which is quite natural to find. But they found an increased SMR for COPD and lung cancer, although these ratios were borderline for lung cancer in just looking at the overall population. And coal mine dust exposure was associated with increased risk for mortality from the COPD. When you looked at the respirable silica, it was associated with mortality from pneumoconiosis and COPD when you controlled for coal mine dust. So just looking at the silica component alone. And they found that coal mine dust exposure separately and interestingly also is related to cancer mortality. And lung cancer, as respirable silica, as we know, is a class 1 human carcinogen, and when looked at separately, it was also related to lung cancer. And so the coal mine dust component was kind of interesting in that coal mine dust was not thought to be shown to be a cause of lung cancer separately from silica. And well, this was one study that showed that there might be a signal there, and that is really something that we still need to study further. And the most recent cohort that was followed up showed that both exposures, silica and coal mine dust, were associated with lung cancer mortality, and the coal mine dust component was significant. This is a study from NIOSH, the Respiratory Health Division, which was just looking at death certificate data and years of potential life lost. And just as a reminder, the death certificate coding can be very spotty and not very reliable. It really relies on the physician to know the history and code that death certificate correctly. Overall, the number of deaths decreased between 1968 and 2006. And the people that were over 65 years of age, that continued to decrease, but the young folks 25 to 65-year-olds, the death certificate numbers plateaued. They did not continue to decrease. And in the US, we've been very concerned about the numbers of younger miners and people who've been mining more recently developing this disease and having preventable pneumoconiosis. And one of the things that was interesting was that the mean years of potential life lost, in other words, people dying at younger ages, was increasing. And I'll show you that on the next slide. Interestingly, 68% of these deaths were continuous mining machine operators. And this, actually, let me see if I'm maybe behind on a slide. Sorry about, are you seeing, you're seeing a graph right here then. So this graph is showing you that the black line is the mean years of potential life that are lost. And you can see that that's increasing over time. So that we're having an increase in the mean years of potential life that is lost, indicating that younger folks are dying of coal mine dust lung disease. And so I'd like to take you now to the study where we have that we just published very recently, which shows increased odds of mortality from non-malignant respiratory disease and lung cancer that were getting worse in the most recent cohorts of coal miners, those that were born after 1939. And this was published just a year or two ago. And what we did here is that we looked at surveillance data and we looked at workers' compensation data sets. We looked at the cause of death for miners who participate in the federal Black Lung program in the United States. And this is a program where anyone who ever worked as a coal miner is eligible to apply for Black Lung compensation, and they get medical benefits, and then they also get a cash benefit as well. And so that's a program that I would say most miners or most people who ever worked for any significant period of time as a miner participate in this program. We also took the data from the NIOSH, National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program. We looked at that data from 1970 through 2016, basically almost the entire lifetime of that program. And in that linkage, we found that there were 235,000 deceased miners. So one of the largest mortality studies that had ever been put together. And we looked at only those that were over 45 years of age in order to make sure that people would have at least had some exposure to coal mine dust in order to look at their mortality experience. The average age of death was 76 years, and the majority were born before 1929. So it included a population that had a very early cohort, and that was because of the huge numbers of miners that were early in the early to mid 20th century, and the numbers of miners in our country have decreased as productivity has increased throughout the industry. And so there's smaller numbers of individuals working in coal mining in the United States in recent decades. 43% of them worked in what we call Central Appalachia, which are the states of Kentucky, Virginia, and West Virginia, which are areas that have almost all underground mining and have some mines that have relatively low seams and relatively significantly enclosed spaces where the exposures are quite high. And the mean mining tenure was 19 years. Some of the folks, we only knew that they were miners. We didn't have accurate tenure data. So we had that in about 60% of the population. Of interest, we had nearly 3,000 people with progressive massive fibrosis, and 56% of those were in Central Appalachia, Kentucky, Virginia, and West Virginia, and 20% were in Pennsylvania. We then linked all that large population with our National Death Index, which is the United States Central Database of Health Records from all the state vital statistics offices. And it's maintained by a part of the Center for Disease Control. And that gives us an underlying cause of death. That's what the signing physician thought was the main cause of death, and the contributing causes of death. So up to 20 different conditions. And then we analyzed that information. And we were really looking for the cause of death that were nonviolent causes. So we're excluding accidents and violence. And then we were looking at non-malignant respiratory disease, lung cancer, stomach cancer, heart and circulatory diseases. And among the non-malignant respiratory disease, we were looking at pneumoconioses and then the chronic airways obstruction or chronic bronchitis and emphysema, which is COPD. Then we looked at the main underlying cause of death. When we analyzed that information, we found that ischemic heart disease was the cause in about a quarter of the population, non-malignant respiratory disease in 20% of the population, cancers excluding lung cancer, 13%, 10% for lung cancer, and all other causes, 16%. The most common non-malignant respiratory diseases was COPD in this population and pneumoconiosis. And that's something that we really, as I've been emphasizing, that the COPD, chronic bronchitis and emphysema is a huge cause of morbidity. And as you can see here, it's a significant cause of mortality. And of course, the pneumoconiosis is entirely preventable, was the principal cause of death in 17,000 of these miners. And of note, when we looked at contributing cause, not just the underlying cause, but the contributing cause of death was a contributing cause in 51, half of the population of this over 200,000 coal miners. So it was interesting that the lung cancer was an underlying cause of death in 10% of the population. And there were increased mortality odds ratios for lung cancer among older miners in the most recent cohort. That was the ones that most recent in history compared to miners in previous cohorts. So that seemed that there was an increasing mortality odds ratio for that, as well as increasing mortality odds ratios compared to the general population. And there was no changes in proportional mortality for stomach cancer. So if we look at these mortality odds ratios here, this is basically comparing the proportion of people dying in our coal mining population compared to the general population. And we standardize this by states. And you can see that for all of the birth cohorts, there were increased mortality odds ratios for non-malignant respiratory disease nationally, and that those numbers remained high. And so that our workers, our coal miners, are dying more frequently from non-malignant respiratory disease than the rest of the United States population, controlling for their geographic location. Then when we looked in Central Appalachia, which is where we have this epidemic of more severe disease, younger disease, you can see that more recently, you would think that we'd be getting better, that we'd be controlling dust, we'd be getting improved mortality odds ratios, approaching that of the general population. But in fact, in Central Appalachia, the most recent cohort, they had almost 8 times the mortality odds ratio for non-malignant respiratory disease compared to the general population. And then when we looked at lung cancer deaths by birth cohort, we could see that that was higher than the general population, so that there's more lung cancer in this population, and that lung cancer deaths in Central, this is the US population on the left, and then on the right, Central Appalachia, lung cancer deaths are greater than the general population, at least for the most recent cohort and the earliest one, and not the middle 2 birth cohorts. So the main takeaways from this mortality analysis is that coal miners suffer from higher odds of death than from non-malignant respiratory disease, including COPD and lung cancer, and that it's really much worse in Central Appalachia. And we didn't think it was because of smoking, because people have generally been decreasing the amount of smoking, and ischemic heart disease was decreasing. And if smoking was the problem, we would not expect that ischemic heart disease would be decreasing. And these also may reflect that outbreak of progressive massive fibrosis that we have. And I will just mention that we didn't have great smoking data for everybody, so we had to impute it, and the limitations on death certificates that I was talking about. We're in the process of updating this project, adding the last 7 years of data, and we've added our clinics data set. So we'll hopefully maybe get a chance to present more data next year. And one thing we're looking at in particular is how our coal miners fared under COVID. I just wanted to mention the mortality and cancer incidence study that Monash University did in Queensland coal miners. This was published very recently, a retrospective cohort based on the people that came for coal mine workers' health scheme evaluations. It had the cohort had 164,000 men and 25,000 women, so quite a large number of women. But the cohort is relatively young if you look at when these folks were enrolled. So we don't have as much follow-up and and the numbers are quite small. So we had little tenure information, and that's something that's really improving in the RSHQ data sets where we're getting much better tenure information now. Really interesting that there was much larger numbers of women than any other study. And they were able to link it to a cancer database. So it wasn't just mortality, but it was also cancer incidence, which was quite interesting. They found a lower overall mortality in coal mine workers compared to the general population in the numbers of people that they had. But you can see here that the numbers were really quite small. 200 deaths for all respiratory disease, 137 deaths for COPD, and lung diseases due to dust were only 6. So really very, very small numbers. And I expect that over time, as we follow up, that we'll get a much better idea of mortality from these diseases. Because of the length of time and being able to enroll and follow people for much longer. They did find elevated suicide mortality in male production workers. I think that those are the main things. In their cancer risk, they found that men had a higher overall cancer incidence. These are the cancers that they noted, melanoma, lip, bladder, and gallbladder. There's no significant increase in women. Unfortunately, unlike some of these other cohort studies, they didn't have an exposure response. They didn't have the cumulative lifetime exposures to look at cancer related to people's actual dust exposures, but really just being able to look at the population as a whole compared to the general Australian or Queensland population. And so our overall conclusions are that we obviously need all this great work that's being done for dust characterization, dust control, and primary prevention. We need to make sure that our exposure limits are being enforced and that they are strict enough to protect miners. This is a huge issue in the US. Our surveillance programs are very important to detect early disease and making sure that we are finding that early disease and addressing any faults in primary prevention that are related to that. And really having better longitudinal studies in the future that look at smoking, regional exposure data to follow our populations, and then really update our mortality data to see what's happening to these populations. So I think I'll stop here and see if there's any questions. And thank you very much.
The title of my talk is Advancing Lung Dust Characterization by Automated Scanning Electron Microscopy. Before I start with the presentation, I would like to thank the Alpha Foundation, the CDC NIOSH, and our numerous team members whose efforts made the foundational work of this research possible. I would also like to note that the views expressed here are those of our research team and do not necessarily represent the views of our sponsors. Now let's move on to the research motivation and background. I will keep this section very brief, as Dr. Cohen provided an excellent overview in his earlier talk. So overexposure to respirable coal mine dust can cause irreversible and debilitating diseases such as coal workers' pneumoconiosis, CWP, and progressive massive fibrosis, PMF, which is the most advanced form of disease. Pneumoconiosis is usually diagnosed based on miners' exposure history and radiographic imaging, such as chest X-rays showing opacities. During the past several decades, epidemiologic data have shown a resurgence on CWP, or coworkers' pneumoconiosis, in the United States, Australia, and China. Numerous studies have suggested respirable crystalline silica as the primary culprit behind the ongoing resurgence. This resurgence of disease has been especially alarming in the region of Central Appalachia in the United States, where the most advanced forms of disease have been identified even among young coal miners. This resurgence has motivated a lot of research focused on linking pathology and mineralogy directly within the lung. To that effort, techniques like bright field microscopy and polarized light microscopy have been used to examine the tissue. These methods can show, for instance, how much silica versus other minerals are present in the tissue. But these methods are somewhat limited in terms of resolution and magnification, especially when looking at very fine particles. So that brings us to the question, how can we get a better understanding of lung dust burden? The field emission scanning electron microscope with energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy is a tool that allows for high magnification imaging and characterization on a particle basis. Previous studies have used field emission SEM in two main ways: doing manual in situ analysis of particles within the lung and analysis of particles recovered from digested tissues. So if we look in more detail on the limitations and advantages of doing particle analysis in situ compared to analysis on particles recovered from the tissue, we can find that in situ analysis preserve spatial context and minimize sample loss or contamination. But the tissue substrate can make the particle identification and the EDS analysis challenging. There are also few documented attempts of using automated routines for in situ analysis. Particles recovered from the tissue, on the other hand, are well dispersed and provide an ideal substrate for EDS and morphological analysis, which makes this type of analysis compatible with automated routines. However, this type of preparation is more subject to losses and contamination, and it will be possible to reference data back to the tissue features. So overall, we can say that the analysis in situ provide a high contextual value, and the analysis of particles recovered from the tissue provide a high analytical control. So that brings us to the question that motivated the foundational work behind this research. So is automated in situ analysis feasible? Before we answer that question, let's look at the research efforts of our team at investigating coal mine dust. For more than a decade, our research team has been investigating coal mine dust from three different angles. First, looking at dust generation, trying to identify the possible main sources and how controls are applied. Also, looking at the exposure, collecting hundreds of samples in mines across the US and trying to understand how dust composition varies from region to region, mine to mine, and even between locations within the same mine. Now, we are shifting our focus, trying to understand health outcomes after exposure by looking at lung dust burden. So what I'm going to present in the following slides was originally presented by Dr. Emily Sarver in 2023. But at that time, this was still ongoing research and the paper was in progress. The main goal here was to develop an automated FESCM-EDS method for in situ lung particle analysis. This study analyzed lung tissue specimens from 10 coal miners and 4 control cases. And for the preparation, 5-micron thick sections were cut, then they were H&A stained and imaged under bright field, and PMF lesions were delineated by pathologists. Then the samples were deparabenized and mounted on 19.1 or 24.5 millimeter carbon planchettes for SEM analysis. The analysis was performed using an automated routine programmed in the broker Sprit software. Each sample was scanned using a grid pattern covering between 69 and 89 fields. using a magnification of 4000x, an accelerating voltage of 15 kilovolts, and using the backscatter detector to identify the particles. Approximately 50 particles were collected per field, and for each particle, size and elemental data was collected. Then, atomic percentages were normalized for 9 elements of interest, which are sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, titanium, and iron. The image on the right, it's an schematic representation of where the areas or fields of analysis were located. And as you can see, for the spirit analysis, the entire planchette was analyzed. And then fields outside the tissue were excluded from the analysis. And then fields within the tissue were labeled as either PMF or non-PMF. To create the particle classification, cluster analyses were used to identify primary groups of particles based on the chemistry, using the normalized atomic percentages for those elements I just mentioned. And then the classification criteria was set based on clusters and was applied to all of the particles. And the classes included silica, calcium and phosphorus-rich particles, silicates that contain iron, silicates that contain sodium, silicates that contain titanium, silicates in general, silicates that contain calcium and phosphorus, and then particles that were iron-rich, titanium-rich, or sodium-rich. The results from this analysis were then compared with prior USGS analysis of lung tissue from the same 10 minor cases, where samples were digested and then recovered, and then the recovered particles were redeposited and analyzed by FESEM EDS. I won't be going into more detail or including any results from those analyses here, as that's not the main focus of the presentation, but I have included the title of the paper and the link so you can access it if you want to get more information about the paper. These results were also presented by Dr. Emily Sarver in 2023. So that brings us here to the main topic of this presentation. So we have just seen that automated in situ SEM-EDS analysis can be successfully performed on lung tissue using standard automation tools like the Spirit software. And we have seen that the results are excellent. So we started to wonder, what if we applied a more advanced automated SEM system for lung dust characterization? What if we apply TIMA for the analysis? Is there anything else that we can learn from this tool? So the objective here is to explore the potential of the advanced SEM tool TIMA for a more detailed lung dust characterization. I would like to know that these results are not yet published, and we are currently preparing a manuscript. So TIMA stands for TESCAN Integrated Mineral Analyzer and belongs to a family of systems known as Mineral Liberation Analyzers, or MLA tools. These MLA tools were primarily developed for automated identification of minerals in the mining industry, combining backscatter imaging and X-ray spectroscopy to automatically identify and classify minerals in polished samples. So when trying to apply TIMA to our lung dust tissue, we face two main challenges. First, a challenge related to the sample dimensions. So to do TIMA analysis, the use of a specific or special sample stage is required. And the sample stage has some specific dimensions that you need to follow in order to analyze your samples. So for the analysis, samples need to be epoxy cylinders of 15 millimeters in thickness and 30 millimeters in diameter. And our carbon planchettes don't have those dimensions. So what we did, we made some custom sample adapters that will fit the geometry of the sample stage and would allow us to look at our 19.1 or 24.5 millimeter carbon planchettes. The second challenge was the background interference which is also related to setting up a brightness threshold and using a classification scheme. So regarding the classification scheme, the issue we have is since our samples are not embedded in epoxy, we cannot use TIMA's integrated mineral library. Instead, we had to create our own mineral library, which in this case, it's called classification scheme. Regarding the brightness limit, I will talk about this in the following slide. So setting up the brightness threshold can be a key parameter. And selecting the brightness threshold, it's really a balancing act. If you set the brightness limit too low, TIMA might pick up low atomic weight particles like coal dust, but also features from the tissue or even the carbon planchette. But if you set the limit too high, you might miss real coal dust particles altogether if you are interested in looking at coal particles, or even key features on the non-coal particles, or you will change the dimensions of the particles, identifying the particle partially. So getting the threshold right is key to capturing true particles while minimizing background interference. Here, I have included two examples to show you how much the brightness limit can impact or minimize or increase the amount of background that is being identified. So how does particle analysis with TIMA actually work? TIMA performs chemical and morphological analysis on a pixel-by-pixel basis, allowing it to identify individual grains and particles automatically. Grains are defined as chemically similar and contiguous pixels, and particles are defined as contiguous grains which could be mixed or of the same composition. For this work, we focus on 3 of the 10 minor cases that were previously analyzed with the Spirit software. We look at cases 1, 7, and 10. And then for case 1, we only analyze the planchette of 19.1 millimeters. As I mentioned earlier, TIMA identifies minerals using both the backscatter detector and the X-ray spectra to identify and classify the minerals. For each sample, between 3 and 6 fields were manually selected based on the particle loading density of the sample. And each field had an area of 40,000 square micrometers. For the brightness, we selected a range between 13.5 and 16, and the pixel size that we used was 0.2 micrometers. The accelerating voltage was 15 kilovolts, and we collected on average 1,000 particles per sample. And for each particle, size and elemental data was collected. And we were interested in looking at elemental peak intensities for 8 elements: silicon, aluminum, sodium, potassium, calcium, phosphorus, iron, and titanium. After data was collected, a classification scheme was developed based on the particle classes defined for a standard automated analysis. And to simplify comparisons, classes from previous analysis were collapsed into 6 broader categories, as we can see in this table. So we will have silica particles, silicates that contain sodium, titanium, iron, and potassium, silicates that contain calcium and phosphorus, then calcium and phosphorus-rich particles, heavy metals that include iron or titanium-rich particles, and then others, which are particles that didn't fit any of the other categories. So when classifying particles using TIMA, it is important to know that we are not only looking at independent particles of a single composition, we also found what we call mixed particles, which contain more than one compositional class. So let's look at the main differences. So independent particles have a simple composition. They are single grain or multi-grain of the same composition, and TIMA can automatically classify the particles into one of the defined classes. Mixed particles, on the other hand, have a complex composition they are multi-grain, and these grains have different compositions, and TIMA cannot automatically classify the particles into one of the defined classes. Instead, we took the approach that the class will be determined based on the volume percentages of each class present in the particle. And the particle will be ultimately assigned to the class with the highest volume percentage. So, for example, if we look at the mixed particle at the center, we see that this mixed particle it's made of 5 classes, but the silica class, it's dominated by its volume percentage. So if we want to classify this particle as an independent particle, it would fall into the silica category based on our volume percentage approach. So now that we have covered how the analyses were performed using both the standard automated tool Spread and the advanced automated tool TIMA, let's look at how the results compare between the two systems and what those differences can tell us about particle identification and classification within the lung tissue. So first, let's look at the results, assuming that all particles are independent, meaning each particle has a single composition. So as I've mentioned earlier, for TIMA, mixed particles were assigned to the class representing the highest volume percentage within the particle. In contrast, the Spread software treats each particle as an individual entity by default. So regarding the results, overall, we see a good agreement between the two methods. And for cases 7 and 10 specifically, we see that both methods identify the same dominant classes across the samples, and that TIMA seems to identify less heavy metals and slightly more silica. Case number 1, however, shows a slight disagreement between the two methods. So what is happening with case number 1? To understand the likely reason for the discrepancy in case number 1, we need to look more closely at the areas of analysis. So in the Spread analysis, the system scanned the entire sample, covering between 69 and 89 small fields per section and collecting a few particles in each field. In contrast, TIMA analyzed only 6 fields, collecting hundreds of particles in each field, but we did not cover the entire tissue. So how much can the analysis vary field by field? To explain this, I have included the images of what TIMA identified in fields number 2 and number 7. And as we can see, field number 2, the composition of its particles was dominated by the presence of calcium and phosphorus-rich particles. On the other hand, the composition of the particles in field number 7 was dominated by the presence of silicates. This indicates that there is some variability in the particle distribution across the sample, and that caution should be taken when selecting areas of analysis. The goal here was to validate the results, and now we understand why case number 1 did not match up as well. So this issue can be addressed with TIMA by analyzing smaller areas distributed across the entire tissue. What else can we learn from TIMA? If we look at the graph, we can see that mixed particles represent a significant portion of the total particles. So to better account for the complexity of the composition, we expanded our classification scheme. So from the 6 classes I presented earlier to a total of 16 classes. The 6 original classes remain for the independent particles, while the mixed particles were categorized based on its complex composition. So for example, for the silica-containing particles, S represents independent silica particles. S+1 indicates that this particle contains silica plus another class. S+2 contains silica and 2 other classes, and so on. And if the particle contains more than 4 classes, it will be assigned to the +3 categories. And then this process was repeated for the other main classes. On the right, we can see a great example of a mixed particle, which is multi-grain particle and has more than one composition. If we take a closer look at the mixed particles, for instance, if we look at case number 7 specifically, we can see that if we try to force all particles into a simple class, we'll project that approximately 25% of the total particles is silica or contains or dominated by silica. If we are able to look at the mixed particle, we see that nearly 60% of the particles analyzed are either silica particles or contain silica, even though they might not be dominated by it. So to help me better explain how the particles look like and compared to the classification, I have included images of 3 particles. So at the bottom, the blue particle represents an independent particle, which in both cases will be assigned to the independent silica class. The particle in the middle is composed or dominated by the silica class, but also has some heavy metals and aluminosilicates. So if we try to force this particle into an independent category, it will fall in the silica class, but if we look at the mixed compositions, it will fall in the blue and gray dash composition, given its mixed nature. And if we look at the particle on the top, we see that this particle still contains silica, but is not dominated by it, and will likely fall into any of the other categories. So you might wonder, so why is this interesting? First, it helps us appreciate the chemical complexity of the particles. And second, it opens up the potential to understand disease progression. For example, the particle that I have included at the bottom right could be a good representation of how there is a transition from silica deposition to calcification in the lung after deposition, because we are seeing that this particle, it's kind of going from silicate to silicate that contains calcium and phosphorus, and finally to calcium and phosphorus rich grains. And to wrap up this presentation, some final remarks. TIMA's pixel-by-pixel analysis provides a higher resolution and captures the detailed mineralogical complexity of the lung dust, supporting more consistent and refined characterization, which could be important for understanding the exposure and progression of disease. For the future work, TIMA is a promising tool for learning about histology of disease and could potentially support analysis of other dust-related occupational diseases. Okay, thanks so much for your attention, and let me know if you have any questions.
Welcome back for morning tea. Just to reiterate, thank you very much to Resources Safety and Health Queensland for sponsoring morning tea. I hope you all enjoyed the morning tea break. Hopefully you made some new connections, maybe caught up with some old ones during the break. My name is Libby Humphreys. I'm from the Minerals Industry Safety and Health Centre. I get the great privilege of working with Nikky, and there are others from the centre scattered throughout the room. Hopefully you'll meet some of them throughout the day. My role with the Minerals Industry Safety and Health Centre, I lead our professional development programs out into industry. So I assist and present programs in risk management, particularly critical control risk management, which is a recent change to our mining legislation, but has been a best practice methodology for more than 10 years now. In addition to health and safety management systems and other programs that we also present. Our first speaker after the break And I remember last year, actually, I got to present or welcome Nikki to the stand. So welcome, Nikky LaBranche. I really can't add much more than Ken did, but I do have a little spiel here. So Dr. This is very important, Doctor in 2025, Dr. Nikky LaBranche leads the Dust and Respiratory Health Program within the Sustainable Minerals Institute at the University of Queensland, where she oversees over $4 million of a research portfolio focused on dust and respiratory health. She recently completed her PhD, which advanced the understanding of respirable dust in underground coal mines, providing critical insights to improve health risk assessments and management for coal mine workers. Nikki's contributions to occupational health were recognised with the 2024 AusIMM Professional Excellence Award in Health and Safety. I see that Nikki's only put one of her awards in her bio. I think Ken very well listed several of the others. She currently serves as a chair of the AusIMM Health and Safety Society. Sorry, that's actually not correct. No. Nikki's been promoted from the chair of the AusIMM Health and Safety Society. She has been elected to the AusIMM Board of Directors, where she is now a member of the AusIMM Board of Directors. I'd like you to welcome Nikki to the stage to present her title, Advancing Dust Monitoring and Control Through Characterisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Libby, and welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your morning tea break. So to start this session, I wanted to share a few insights from our research. So work that really underpins a lot of the talks that you'll hear throughout the day. And this comes from our collaborations across universities, government, and industry, and where the sum of this research is greater than the parts. So we've brought together geologists, engineers, occupational hygienists, toxicologists, and psychologists, so each bringing a different perspective in dust and health. And what's emerging is a much clearer picture of how the dust behaves, how it affects workers, and how we can control and manage it more effectively. So my goal this morning is just to give you a snapshot of a few things that we're learning and to set the stage for some of the deeper dives from Nick, Amy, Sheila, and Nana, and the rest of the speakers today. So let's start by looking at how our understanding of dust itself is evolving and why characterization is changing the way we think about exposure. So for me, the whole journey here started with a really simple question. So if exposure limits are the same across countries, why are we seeing so much more disease in some regions than others? And Bob showed you that slide this morning with Central Appalachia versus the rest of the US and the higher prevalence of disease there. It was the same thing for British coal, and we also have prevalence differences between Queensland and New South Wales. And this is what got me interested in looking deeper almost a decade ago now, because clearly there's something else going on. And what we found is that not all dust and not all silica is created equal, and that geology of each basin plays a huge role in what the dust actually is. And when we look under the microscope, we can see completely different dust profiles. So for the same mass of dust we found in underground coal mines, that we can have 20 times the number of particles as another mine just because they're finer. And that means more particles in the lungs, more surface area for reaction, and potentially an even greater health hazard, even at the same mass of exposure. And that's why characterization matters. It allows us to see beyond the numbers on a compliance report and understand what's really being breathed in, the size, the shape, and the composition of those particles themselves. And you'll see a lot of great pictures of particles today. So that's where we started. And first we're going to take a deeper look across the surface mines and the surface coal basins to see how that dust differs by region. So to explore that question, how exposure patterns vary so much, we started with different surface coal mines. So in Queensland, 85% of our coal workforce is at surface mines, yet historically, most of our detailed dust research had come from the underground space. So we visited mines in several different basins, and what became clear very quickly is that each basin has its own geological fingerprint, and that fingerprint shapes the dust profile. So in some basins, we see coarser profiles dominated by clays and feldspars, and others much finer particles with high silica and iron contents. And this study gives us a characterization baseline for these surface operations, the first real look across multiple basins and a detailed look into the profiles. So let me show you how broad that coverage was and the range of environments we included in the study. So across those basins, we collected 163 samples, which is enough to really start to see some of these patterns emerging. The coverage was deliberately broad. We didn't just focus on production areas. We looked at the full range of environments where workers spend time. So that included the workshops where we captured welding fume and maintenance dust, drill and blast area, especially loading holes, which is a job where people still spend a lot of time outside in the mine, as well as in equipment cabs. And in some of those, we ran paired samples inside and outside just to see how effective the in-cab controls were. We also sampled the CHPPs around crushing and processing. And with so many samples in each of these data sets, we actually do have enough to do individual studies on some of these different areas. So now when we look at the mineral composition across these samples, some clear patterns start to emerge. So this is the modal mineralogy of a few of the different minerals across the surface mines. So what we see is quartz is consistently present, but the proportions vary widely. And in many samples, it's the clay and feldspars that dominate. I've also added two other parameters here. So chlorite, which can be up to 32% iron, and iron oxide. And these give us some interesting insights, as these represent both naturally occurring iron and chlorite and introduced sources of iron in the iron oxide. And what was striking with some of this is that we're finding trace metals almost everywhere. So not just in the workshops, but where you'd expect, but even in samples collected from operator cabs. But together, all of these results really highlight that every basin is unique, and even every work environment within it may have a unique mineral fingerprint. So, and do remember the iron contents, because that will come up later in the day. But all of this reinforces our need for a basin-specific exposure assessments, because if we're treating all dust the same, we are missing critical differences that matter for health. Another interesting finding was the dust densities, and that's partly due to the geological differences in what the minerals are. So what this shows is that not only do we have varying particle sizes and mineral types, but because of that, the mass per unit volume of the dust itself will vary. So in this one, you can see that mines 1 and 3 have much denser dust overall, whereas 2, 4, and 5 have lower dust densities, often dominated by clays or silicates. And the green lines you see are some of the welding-related samples. So very obviously, they can be much higher densities because you've got a lot of denser metals that can show up in those. But this dust density also affects how the particles behave in the air. So their aerodynamic equivalent diameter, how they settle, how they move, and how long they stay suspended. And it also affects how workers experience those exposures, where a cubic centimeter of dust at one site may weigh almost twice as much as at another. And this is part of why characterization is so powerful. It lets us understand these things that would be important for control strategies and how dust controls would perform from basin to basin and mine to mine. So while we've looked at pit and process areas, the one place that I do want to dive into a little bit more is the workshops. So there's many non-routine tasks that may fall outside traditional monitoring. So since there's so much variety in the work, it may not capture the days that monitoring is taking place. So we've been looking at how we can more closely understand what's in the air and what that means for health risk for those guys. And the first one I want to start with is one of the most common, which is welding fume. So this slide shows what some of the welding fume from one of the actual workshops look like under the microscope. And it's a lot more complex than most people realize. So in red, you can see the classic fractal agglomerates, so those tangled clusters that form when the molten metal cools in the air. And that's what you typically see in the literature. But we also found long chain-like structures, almost like a string of pearls. So you can see two of those running from bottom left to top right. And then there's also a diesel particulate in the bottom right on there as well. So, and these particles aren't just small, these are nanometer scale with mixed chemistries, iron, manganese, chromium, and others depending on the consumables and the surface. So the current standard measures these metals individually, but what we're seeing here is a mixture, and where particle shape and chemistry interact in ways that aren't really well described by a single mass of a single element. But to account for this, we're actually enhancing the method that we have to get some more detail around the welding fume. So for the mine 6 and 7 results, so we are using the MLA, which you are very familiar with from Lizeth's presentation. And while those samples had been getting carbon coated and we'd been doing a separate part of that filter for the FEG analysis, now what we can do is platinum coat a sample, send it to the FEG first, get the compositions of this welding fume specifically, and then send it back to the MLA for analysis. Because our MLA, because we've done so many thousands of mineral processing samples, has really good mineral library on it, and we do a fantastic job on the mineral. But because the welding fume compositions are a little bit different, we're having to train it up on those. And so this is changing the workflow, but giving us a better idea of what's actually in the welding fume here and being able to count it. So that goal is to move just beyond calling it welding dust and to map, where these metals really are, the sizes and the shapes of these particles as well. And so while welding produces these fine, complex particles, another interesting one for us was the tire bay. Nope. Oh, sorry, you didn't get to see. That was, let me press these. Okay, so in the tire bay, so that was a very interesting set of results and very varied in what you saw. So we found very large fragments of rubber, some well outside the range of what we'd normally consider respirable. And in fact, in some of these tire repair processes, there were so many large particles that they completely screwed up the particle size distribution that you come to expect from a respirable cyclone, to the point that we just removed them all from the particle size distribution analysis of everything else because they were that different. We also see a lot of distinct metal balls, so all those perfectly round spheres in red, and these are also different than those agglomerate chains we found in active welding, and there's a few more particles there that Nick will talk about later as well. But for now, I want to emphasize just how much these really highlight the value of characterization, how much more information we have on the range of contaminants and the co-exposures here. And when we zoom in on the tire bays, it gets even more concerning. So the first thing that jumped out was those high levels of diesel particulate. So even though this was an open air workshop and we don't tend to do a lot of diesel monitoring on surface workers, the more we looked, the more complexity we found. So you've got diesel soot, rubber fragments, molten spheres, carried over mineral dust, and silica. So all interacting in the same breathing zone for these guys. But the way the standards are currently, it's contaminant by contaminant, and they don't really account for the complexity there. So there's one limit for dust, one for silica, one for diesel, this, but all in isolation. So, but the reality is that all these workers are being exposed to all of these things simultaneously, and we have little understanding of how these exposures all interact with each other once they're in the lungs. So how medical might catalyze diesel soot, or how mineral surfaces may carry other compounds deeper into the airways. So, and it's a reminder that we've made great strides in operator enclosed cabs and protecting those workers, but there's still a long way to go for the fitters, the boilermakers, and the tire technicians and protecting them at work. So with these complex exposures, we need to get better at understanding what's happening more accurately in the field and these mixes. So So that's the surface mines. And now I want to move to the engineered stone work that we've been doing. So as you all know, Australia was the world first to ban respirable crystalline silica use in engineered stone. And since then, we've been looking beyond just how much silica there is, and we've been looking at the cutting methods and how that can completely change the particles produced. So using the same characterization approach, we can see how the dry versus wet cutting affects the particle shape and behavior of the dust and how that matters for health. So this image shows what some of the dust actually looks like when you dry cut engineered stone. And when you dry cut these particles, you get these sharp, jagged, almost tiny dagger-likes that have edges and points that can cut and pierce the lung tissue. But when you cut wet, what we found in the actual workshops is much more of those particles are more rounded. So more like river rocks, because they're immediately entrained in the dust and they've been, tumbled basically by the water to remove any of the edges. And so that water is actually changing the shape of the particles there. But the key for the workshops is what's happening after the cut. They do need to be sure that that slurry is properly cleaned up and not just left out to dry on the floor where it can become re-entrained all over again. So wet cutting works, but only if you follow through and completely clean up after it. So wash it down the drain, don't let it dry back out. But because we're measuring particle by particle, we can actually see the contrast between the dagger-like particles and the smooth river rocks. So this is a plot of the aspect ratios from our wet cut versus our dry cut. So aspect ratio is just your length divided by width of each particle, in this case using the minimum bounding rectangle. So a value close to 1 means it's a round particle, whereas higher numbers mean it's a more needle-like shape. And these violin plots give you the spread of shape, and they visually tell the story really well. So on top, the wet cut samples are smoother and rounder, so all much closer to 1 and all very much at the bottom of the plot there. So it kind of looks like a stingray, doesn't it? In the shape. Whereas those dry cut samples on the bottom, to me, remind me more of the air fresheners, the pine tree air fresheners in the car, and the shape that looks like. You can see there's a lot of sharp points in these different ratios, and there's much higher ratios in there. And here's the exciting part. So these plots aren't averages or estimates. They're built from tens of thousands of individual particles. So we're measuring each one. So for every particle, we've measured length, width, size, mineral composition, giving us a more detailed map of what's really in the air. So allowing us to look at some of these shape parameters. And it's this level of detail that really helps us quantify, why dry cutting is so much more hazardous. And then how even subtle differences in work practices or control methods can completely change the health risk there. And when we look at these samples by particle size as well, not just shape, we can see that even the largest particles are still incredibly fine. So this shows those particle size distributions for the dry cut samples. So not only are they tiny daggers, they are also incredibly small. So every single one of these had a P50 of less than 2.5 microns. So that's if you look at the 50% line there on the graph, with the left being the respirable and the right being the inhalable. And even the inhalable samples only reached about 6 microns for a P50 size. And by contrast, the underground coal mines range from 1.8 to 4.8 microns, so a much wider size range, whereas these are all very, very small. And when they're this small like that, they can travel deeper into the lungs, so well past where the normal clearance mechanisms can reach them. So that allows these dry cut particles to stay suspended, to get inhaled longer, and to lodge deeper into the airways. And that's another thing that we can see with this characterization, that we now have better ability to quantify what's actually happening. And that's why we're investing continually in improving the methods, so we can see even smaller particles and understand their chemistries and link them back to exposure and to health risk. So everything we've seen so far from the surface mines and the engineering workshops shows that it's more complicated and that mass alone is not enough. And the next step is turning that into more action using new tools to see smaller particles, linking the field data with the microscopy and the real-time monitoring, and translating that in how to we learn directly to better controls. So we've got projects that are bridging these gaps between research and practice. So, and how we're doing that. So the first one is the Dust Diseases Board Prevention Grant. And as Rick mentioned this morning, that one's advancing dust exposure assessment through enhanced electron microscopy-based characterization. So this is a 2.5-year project that just started this month, October 1. And it lets us do a range of things, which we'll be updating the method. So we have imaging and mineralogy with a combination of 2 field electron gun microscopes. So while the MLA is limited to 0.63 microns, with the FEG, we can see down into the single nanometer range. So much higher resolution to get to some of these smaller particles that we really care about for inhalation there. So with that, we're also creating a redeposition method, which will let us take dust from any source. So lung tissue, bulk dust, settled material, and place it on a filter for more detailed analysis. And importantly, this means that we'll be able to take a PVC compliance filter that had been a gravimetric result and can make it more a window into the true exposure, showing the size, the shape, and the composition to aid in investigations. Things like, are there oversized particles on it? Or where, based on the minerals there, where do we think the dust came from on site? So this isn't just new technology. This is building national capability for us to connect the field sampling with what's really happening. And the other project is a collaboration with Breathe Safe, and this takes the research into the field to linking the real-time monitoring with the characterization. So starting with some controlled testings in the dust sampling chamber with the paired respirable and inhalables. And then we'll show how the particle size and mineral composition affect the monitor readings, allowing us to create site-specific correction factors based on the mine's density. And you saw just how different those densities can be from mine to mine earlier in this talk. We'll also look at how people are interacting with the monitors. How does seeing live data change their behavior? How can we set alarm thresholds that protect workers without giving them alarm fatigue? And together, these project bridge the research and operations, using what we're learning in the lab to make the real-time monitoring smarter and more effective in everyday use. So, and all of this is building towards something bigger. And that's how we use these data sets to predict and prevent disease. So right now we have an enormous amount of data, but the way the MLA works, it's sitting in project by project silos. So each site studies adds rich data, but they're not connected yet in a meaningful way where we can see the full picture. So to give you a sense of scale of the data I'm sitting on, the engineered stone study alone was 84 filters containing 1.9 million particles and 2.2 million data points. And that's 84 filters. And I've got more than 600 in the collection from across a range of mining and engineered stone. So while we've done a fantastic job building all this front-end mineralogy for analysis that captures and classifies these millions of particles automatically, what we're missing now is that back end, the data infrastructure and the analysis capabilities to manage and integrate and interpret everything we've created. And that's where I think the next big opportunity for us lies, is in having a centralized database where we can, look at lung tissue study results, this versus that, and go, oh, well, what's in the database say about some of those interactions, and where might that be a problem that we can look at. And so we do need a structure to build this, and consistency and more long-term support to set all this up and set it up correctly. And with connected data models, we can train AI to spot hotspots, predict problem conditions, and flag exposures. And AI is already providing us some valuable insights. So later today, you'll hear from Nana, who's used AI to automatically identify diesel particulate. And there's several other potential applications for this as well. So I think this is the foundation for the next generation of dust prevention. So one that's data-driven, intelligent, and collaborative. And that brings me to the key takeaway from all of this. And what these findings mean for industry right now and where we go next. So in conclusion, dust is not simple, it's complex, it's variable, and it changes from site to site. And while each limit is separate, these exposures are all happening concurrently. And mass alone does not define the risk. The size, the shape, the composition of particles determine how they behave and how they can be best controlled and how they affect health. And through this work, we're uncovering the true nature of dust, building the evidence that's changing how industry, government, and researchers understand exposure. And it's taken a huge amount of collaboration to get here, from the minds who've opened their doors to our industry partners and to our research teams across UQ, UNSW, University of Illinois, Chicago, and beyond. So the Dust and Respiratory Health Program is bringing this knowledge together, linking the field data, microscopy, and real-time monitoring to deliver smarter, more targeted prevention. So we're not just measuring dust anymore, we're redefining how exposure is assessed, managed, and controlled. Thank you. Liam?
Hey, Nikki, thanks for that. With all of the current well reviews, et cetera, going on, have you guys been sort of requested to support, provide a lot of this sort of work and research for future reviews, et cetera?
No, we have not. But I think as we start to understand some of these, and it might be very good to ask that question after Nick's talk as well, because there's some interesting stuff there on some of these elements. Yeah.
Deborah Glass has asked, is there evidence of health effects from repeated inhalation of feldspar particulates?
Ooh, I don't know on feldspar in particular.
Yeah,
because everything tends to get classed as.
and she's asked
Heather.
this follow-up question, is the info on particles from wet versus dry cutting published? It looks really important.
I'm still working on it. So there will be a publication coming. But as you can see, we're drowning in data. So I'm still working on it. But yes, I do tend to or intend to publish that, because I think there is some very important things on, how silica is not just silica and some of these differences that we're seeing.
Our next speaker for session 2, I would like to welcome Professor Nick Cook from the Sustainable Minerals Institute. Professor Cook is lead of the Total Deposit Knowledge Research Group and acting director of the W.H. Bryan Mining Geology Grant Research Centre, or the BRC, at UQ's Sustainable Minerals Institute. He's currently working on a 3-year program, advancing dust exposure assessment through advanced microscopy-based characterisation. Today, Nick is presenting the compositions of dust particles and their relationships to the relationships of source to size and shape. Can you please welcome Professor Nick Cook?
Thank you very much, everyone. Sort of a privilege to follow along from other people. And it's fascinating to hear the words MLA repeated, because some 25 years ago, the MLA was actually created 4 stories below me in the Sustainable Minerals Institute. And the advances that have taken place since then, it's great to see them not just used in the direct mineral sort of recovery space, but also into dust. So it's great to see that. And I'd like to take a slightly different view today and maybe show you some pretty pictures. But although there's all those titles, I spend a lot of my time sitting on the end of the scanning electron microscope or in the field looking at rocks. And a few years ago, Nikki and I started collaborating, and that collaboration continues to grow. And so I want to talk a little to you about what it's like as a mineralogist. Yes, how do I work out? Yep. And what I see in the materials that are being produced in the world of dust. And I have to say that every day I get on the scanning electron microscope, including yesterday morning, I get more and more horrified by the materials that leap out of the screen that I know go inside all of us almost every single day. But further than that, I want to think about how you might actually go about more accurate measuring rather than just the bulk of the material. So remember, this is just a geologist, mineralogist view of this problem, and that I have no medical training whatsoever. So the question I've got is composition, size, and shape are probably the key to risk. And the question, and we hear it every now and then, quite often, gravimetric analysis, in other words, the mass of material. And I want to challenge your thoughts on how useful gravimetric analysis might actually be. So the raw material in which we use to create dust actually plays a part, as Nikki said, say in the Bowen Basin, with what sort of materials we actually produce and the sizes and shapes and the compositions of the particles that we collect on filters. So this talk links closely with Nikki's work, but I would like to thank all of the other people here who help in providing samples, who contribute in every day, even by supporting how we actually run something like the electron microscope. And so I'd like you to consider some raw materials for a start. So on the left, engineered stone, a picture of an old coal mine, essentially, and a thermal power station, people welding, and then a bunch of rocks taken by a geologist actually in northern Finland. But of course, the aim of geologists in terms of mineral exploration is to convert them into small particles. And that process of converting them into small particles, we know exactly what the products from that are. So we have to deal with the fact that we cut polished stone, we burn materials, we melt them, and we grind, separate, and refine them. And I believe that when you actually start thinking about dust, you should be considering not just the raw material, but the process that went to create it. And so I'm going to put up a few images from the electron microscopy world. So first thing to remember is if I say backscattered electron image, the grayscale that you see is proportional to the mean atomic number. In other words, how far the elements are along the periodic table. So if it's iron rich or something like that, it will be a lighter color. If it's carbon or organic, it will be gray. And those functions are used quite a lot. But here is a picture of a rock under the microscope. Now the scale down the bottom, 300 microns across the bar. So that's about 0.6 of a millimeter across there. But you see lots of pointy minerals in there, in that sample. And so I would argue as a geologist, if we were going to crush this rock up, it would produce lots of pointy minerals. And of course, the question is, how do you reduce that? So high aspect ratios, as Nikki mentioned in the violin plots, are predictable in some ways through the mineralogical composition. But there are some minerals we know of that are, terrifyingly bad. And if I said to you the word rebecite, you wouldn't actually think much about it, except it has one form that produces blue asbestos. So straight away you would ask, well, it's probably the shape, not the composition. And I want to revisit that theme through this talk, and you'll understand why, I hope, by the time we get to the last slide. So some things we grind up are predictable. Other things are intriguing. You're driving down the road out there and you see blue fumes coming out of the vehicle in front of you. I suppose because of the people in this room, you automatically think, oh, that's going inside me. The same with those micro fumes you actually see when people are welding. And we see them under the microscope in a scale that is a bit surprising when there's on a screen this big and you think those particles are actually airborne, because we are dealing here with very small particles. And the holes you see in these polycarbonate filters are 400 nanometers across. So they're under 1,000th of a millimeter. So just remember that as the scale as we go. So if we look at the welding fume environment, the samples that are taken, there are very sort of unusual shapes, you might say, but they are, after looking at them now for quite a few months, are somewhat predictable. Now, I had the same image as Nikki for welding fume until yesterday morning, when I substituted it for this, and this is 1 day of the scanning electron microscope. Now, this is also welding fume. In fact, there's so much of it that you can hardly see the holes underneath. And you get this strange feeling that there's this radiating pattern associated with the mineral in the middle, or the material in the middle. And when you put the electron beam onto that spot and you get an analysis, you discover that that is actually halite or salt. Now, in all the work we're doing, we keep on finding salt in our sampling. And there's another ball here, which is moved slightly, which is iron oxide. And I say iron oxide deliberately because the material in the background does not have oxygen attached to the iron. So if you did an analysis of this and said, there is this percentage of iron in this sample, you are not actually characterizing the material fully. You have balls of iron oxide, and then you have this mass that is somehow related to halite, because you see how it's radiating. So we're going to go to another image. And this here is a backscattered electron image. So the previous one was just the shape, a scanning electron microscope image. This is backscattered again, so we're starting to see composition. And you see different grayscales here with this big dot in the middle. And that dot is halite. Now, I don't know how many of you think about measuring the mass of halite on filters, but swallowing salt or breathing in salt is probably not that bad for you. However, having salt on the sample is adding to the total weight of the filter. And we do not yet have an idea how that mass on the filter actually relates to the true content of harmful components on it. The other thing I would argue, and we've seen it across this sample, is that there is lots of dissolved halite with these radiating patterns through it. Now, that to me suggests that there is nucleation of welding fume that is associated with the hydrous atmosphere. So in the same way that you see clouds nucleating on other particles, we actually have welding fumes here nucleating on salty water. We have the same issue in workshops, and we have the same issue across the mining industry, where water is recycled and the salinity of the water dries onto the filter and affects the total mass. So I would argue, from what I'm seeing down the end of the scanning electron microscope, that we should be very careful about the way in which we apply total mass or gravimetric measurements on filters to the total load that's risky. Now, the question comes is how bioavailable are all of these components? Well, we don't know, and I'm certainly not the person to answer that question. And so I would argue here that these little balls and the strange patterns are reflective of a process that is in the environment that produces this material. However, here we tend to treat the worker as the person at risk. Whereas when you see this material airborne, and we've been many meters away from the working bench, you actually understand that there is much higher risk for a non-worker than it is. And if you're in the radiation safety world, if you're in the same room, you have a set of regulations that apply to you as well. And I'd be very sort of think closely, and we certainly need to do some more work in the welding world to see what is going on with this metalliferous material. So let's go to the fly ash imagery. So once again, we're melting things. So we're seeing balls, and they are a reflection of the lowest surface area possible. However, there are these other alarming shapes, fibrous ones, that are being formed through some sort of quench process. So if you are cooling something quickly, the quenching process will often produce fibres. And we see that in mineral deposits and all sorts of things. And you also see it as a function of the way in which some minerals form. So this reflection of process here and how we deal with environments should be a consideration with how we actually plan the health of workers. And I mean, you all know that, but we're now trying to get down to the nitty-gritty and to actually show you the images of why that is the case. So I want to return to our old friend, engineered stone. And I showed these two images last year, but we've done quite a bit since then, including me being horrified walking past the Treasury Casino and seeing people with the angle grinder still cutting engineered stone. So I don't know what the answer to, can I call it stupidity of people who don't wear protection, but that's where we're going. Now, of course, we've gone and banned quartz or silica or something in that category. And here on the left, you see a large piece of glass with the matrix in between. But if we go and look at the glass themselves, we've decided that we can substitute quartz with glassy materials or soda lime glass. Now, I as a geologist would argue that quartz is actually quite unreactive. And the mineral structure of quartz drives it to produce sharp shapes. It has this thing called a conchoidal fracture. And the Aboriginal people used that when they found quartz to cut things because it was sharp. In the lab yesterday, our friend, the physicist who runs the Centre for Microscopy and Microanalysis said, "Oh, did you know we actually did this study here where when we had flat agar and spiky agar, nothing grew on the spikes?" And I said, well, that's an interesting analogy because everything we know in the mineral world that is sharp or fibrous does not actually like human tissue, it would appear. So my argument here is that that large piece on the image on the right is not quartz. That is the substitute for quartz in engineered stone. That is soda lime glass, and it is indistinguishable, except through chemical analysis, from quartz. And so I'm not quite sure, as a mineralogy type person, why the legislation sits like it does. I hope that it isn't something that has been kicked down the road because we don't actually have data on soda lime glass and its effect on humans, and nor will we for a few years until lots of people have been cutting it incorrectly. So that's the clasts. And remember from what Nikki said is when you wet cut the material, the fines get washed away and the clasts end up on the floors. So if you don't clean the floors, that's often where it gets ingested. However, if you end up dealing with the matrix and dry cut it, this stuff becomes airborne. And the matrix is a bit like Colonel Sanders' Secret Herbs and Spices, that the MSDS sheets for it say, this is the perfect material to put your food on. And yet nearly every component that goes into it appears to be carcinogenic. And so I have no idea, and possibly don't want to know, what the bioavailability of the material that forms these ultrafine parts of the matrix actually is. And so where does that leave me? Well, it leaves us with lots of work and lots of thinking to do. But I would say that the way in which we're conducting this work is feeding back into the automated mineralogy, but also making us think pretty hard about some of the assumptions that we all make about how we actually do this job. So soda lime glass. We don't know really what the effect on humans is of stone matrix ingestion. We do actually need to understand something about amorphous silica. It actually has the same X-ray diffraction profile as cristobalite. Cristobalite is made because it's nice and white and has certain properties, but it is actually very hard to properly identify compared with opaline quartz. And I don't know what the statistics are for a place like Lightning Ridge and those underground workers, because that's the place to work out where the effects of opaline silica might actually be a problem. And high aspect ratios and sharp edges, I would say, I was being very polite here, but I would say are a clear risk to humans. And I actually think we need to think pretty seriously about that and about how we deal with sharp particles in anything we deal with. And I'd love to see and talk with people who actually deal with the bioavailability and the biological effects of the stuff we're seeing. So thank you very much, and thanks for turning up.
That was a great presentation. Thanks, Nick. I was wondering whether you had any sort of opinions or any information on what that might mean for asbestos characterization and cleave particles versus the short spiky ones that we call asbestiform.
Sorry, I missed the last part of that.
What might that mean for asbestos characterization and asbestiform minerals? So cleave fragments versus the spiky ones.
Well, I think that anything with a sharp point is an issue. And we had this discussion yesterday. There is this other question about the surface electrical properties of minerals. And if they're actually sharp, it could actually be that the sharp points have higher electrical properties, and that nearly every mineral has some sort of surface electrical characteristic. And perhaps there is greater surface charge, so every sharp corner on a mineral appears to be worse. I mean, we should actually go to the, well, this, I'll put my hand up for this, to go to the Italian marble quarries, because they're probably the least sharp set of minerals. And I have to say that their health and safety is not flash, because I have driven straight through the marble quarries in a car. And that would actually be a background test against some of these sharp minerals, because it is a natural product that is probably the least sharp of anything mined. So that would be something worth considering. But I'm intrigued to try and produce samples that we know have all the sharp material, and then use that with biological materials where we've properly done the characterization to really work out what's going here.
Thanks for the the enlightening talk. It's very interesting. One question in relation to shape. You're talking a lot about shape and looking at the pointy particles. Well, what part does biosolubility play in that?
What part does?
Biosolubility. So
Okay.
it's not just shape.
Yes. Well, given that I have people working for me who deal with bugs and proteins that try and make elements bioavailable out of minerals, very good question. But I actually think that quartz is one of the least bioavailable. There are some bugs, and if you look at some Antarctic microbiological research, you can actually see these little pits. But I'm not convinced that the concentration that you would get out of having a fatal amount of silica in your lungs would actually be detrimental to your blood type. So essentially the fractionation from the physical part that's in there, or perhaps the physical electrochemical part that's there, is not significant. I mean, the question to the medicos, I suppose, is what does the blood look like in terms of nanometal contents or silica contents of somebody who has died from silicosis or asbestosis? So I don't know what those numbers are. I don't read blood data, but it would be something worth considering. What do the bloods look like of those people? Somebody's got their hand up there.
So this will be the last question for this talk.
It was actually a comment. So I am medical and I'm not an expert researcher, but a large part of the problem with asbestos is the particle shape. And we think that's because your body protects itself with cells called macrophages, which are your cleanup cells, and they can't deal with the spiky asbestos fibers. And we've seen that with other fiber types. And so there's a lot of interest now. So microplastics look very similar to asbestos fibers, and they'll often pick up mineral content if they're in the environment. So I think there's a lot to be done to look at, are these shapes dangerous because we can't clear them?
Yep, exactly. And so that pointy shape that's linear versus the planar knife that you get out of silica fracture, I suspect is a real issue. And that's why I would argue that blocky minerals that don't have such sharp edges, that with, 179-degree sort of angles are an issue. So I agree 100%. And I don't know whether it's just linear or planar in some cases.
So our next speaker, I'd like to welcome Amy Henderson. Amy Henderson from the Sustainable Minerals Institute. Amy is an organizational psychologist with extensive experience supporting organizations within the mining industry. She is currently completing her PhD with the University of Queensland, focusing on the return to work experiences of people with occupational lung disease, with a specific focus on silicosis caused by engineered stone manufacturing and installation. The initial phase of the research project has been completed, and Amy will briefly touch on findings from her review. The next step involves talking to individuals with occupational lung disease and the key stakeholders who are involved in treating and supporting sufferers. This will enable her to obtain a comprehensive understanding of the challenges faced by workers when trying to sustain employment. I'd like you all to welcome Amy.
Thank you, Libby, for that introduction. As Libby said, I'm currently doing my PhD here in Queensland with the University of Queensland, looking at specifically the experiences of people post-diagnosis from an occupational dust lung disease. Awesome. So today I'll be talking to you about the project, what does it involve and where we're at with it and some of those findings so far. Next steps for the project as well, and then pleading, begging, asking anyone interested to get in touch with us. So the title of the overall project is the gap analysis of return to work for mine dust lung disease affected workers in the mining and artificial stone industries. The project team, you're all familiar with Nikki, of course, and Kelly Johnstone, Margaret Cook, Kirsten Way, and myself. And it's that broader research piece is also covered by University of Queensland researchers as well. So the scope of the project, it's funded by the Queensland Office of Industrial Relations in response to their national return to work strategy. And some of these ones circled here are the main ones that it kind of falls under. It gives affected individuals the chance to have their say and contribute to research that actually impacts them. And findings and recommendations have the potential to inform workers' compensation processes, government policies, and a best practice framework for how to actually support these people when they return back to work. So, got my timer. So the project overview and deliverables, these are what we have committed to with OIR. These first bits have been completed or are in progress already. The literature scoping review, I'll take you through results of that in a minute. The interview protocol establishment, and then ethics for our next piece. And then, so our focus will then turn to conducting interviews, which I'll talk about right at the end. So what we know so far, and this morning I think we've, a takeaway from what I've learned this morning is that it's not going away, not anytime soon. And as soon as we sort of put in place controls and understand better preventative measures at one end, then we're introducing microplastics and vaping and these other issues that are coming in and impacting people as well. And to Ken's point as well, put the horse before the cart. It's almost that let's try and get ahead of the curve and prevent, yes, but also in some ways knowing that this is a disease that's not going to go away anytime soon. So then how do we manage those in the best way possible? So what we know so far, dust lung diseases have re-emerged in Australia as a serious occupational issue, although they've always been around. Acute and accelerated silicosis in particular are affecting much younger workers, and with shorter exposure time as well because of the nature of engineered stone, as we've seen. And improved surveillance and early diagnostic techniques means that people are diagnosed at a much earlier in the disease progression. So the chances of them actually continuing on and doing alternative work is a really great opportunity. What we don't know, dust lung diseases pose unique challenges for that's remain at work and return to work, acronyms there, processes and contexts. We don't know nearly enough about that because again, it's sort of at that other end and we're there now. So this is the project. Phase 1 is the scoping review. The intent was, well, the aim was to explore what's known about remain at work and return to work interventions and outcomes for people affected by occupational dust lung disease. We did a scoping review. We threw a very wide net, and I'll take you through that in a little bit. And we did, again, we kept it very broad, but we did exclude things regarding COVID, animal testing, studies on children, etc. But we included everything that had a either directly or indirectly or had potential to affect the return to work or remain at work outcomes. So what did we do? Our methodology, following a PICO framework. Our population was adults diagnosed with occupational dust lung disease. associated with exposure to particulates. There's a lot of other studies out there. COVID came up quite a bit actually in more recent studies. So our focus was on dust in particular. Interventions, really anything that had impact or potential to impact that return to work and remain at work process and experience and outcomes. The context, mostly organisational because of that work element, but we also found rehabilitation centres, hospitals, homes, and those sort of contexts that also supported or provided direct interventions. Outcomes, we looked at objective and subjective measures regarding the return to work and remain at work interventions. We did use a biopsychosocial model, which again, I'll explain that in a minute. So if anyone wants to go explore some databases and put in some search terms, this is just an example of some of the ones that we used. So for that population, there was a whole host of them in there. So workers in all of those industries and those types of workers, and the occupational dust lung disease, and lots of alternatives to that. And the intervention, so looking at really anything and everything related to easing people's transition back to work, retraining, etc., and outcomes. So they're back at work, but now what? What happened then? So that was the search criteria that we used. So we started with, from that initial search, started with 3,000 odd studies. A lot of those were removed just because of duplication. We ended up with around 2,500, which we went through wrong setting, wrong design, COVID, children, studies on rats, etc., etc. So we got around 120 odd for retrieval. And part of our search, we didn't limit it for date, so we went back as far as where we could access studies. And also we didn't limit it to just English only. And that was in part to try and get around some of the bias that might exist if we just focused on English studies. And therefore there were some that we just couldn't locate, probably don't exist anymore. So we ended up with 120 that we assessed and got down to basically 33 actual articles that had some relatability to the return to work and remain at work outcomes. So our results, what do we find? Most papers focused on the mining industry, specifically coal. And again, I think we've seen them this morning as pretty, we would expect that anyway. Silicosis, of course, a type of pneumoconiosis, was the most frequently reported occupational dust lung disease, but some studies just included many of them and others would focus specifically on one particular group. Certainly earlier ones and the complication with tuberculosis and silicosis and those sort of concomitant diseases. So it was interesting to see that silicosis emerged as the most cited dust lung disease in the studies. And we looked at the type of studies. Again, we threw a very wide net. Obviously, we didn't include other systematic reviews or literature reviews for this data analysis purpose, but we did look at almost anything else that had an impact or potential impact on the return to work and remain at work. So the cohort studies were one of the largest ones that we noticed. Not that many randomized control trials, which would be nice to have them all like that. And yeah, as you see, there are a whole range of different types of study approaches to explore this area. That will work. Mm. Yeah. So this is a graphical representation of the studies over time in location around the world. And as they're popping up, you start to see the earliest one there in 1941 all the way through to current day. And you see as they get bigger, as more and more studies done in that location. So keep in mind, these are studies that are very much focused on this very specific area. But where are they not? Where are we not seeing pretty round bubbles? So that's kind of telling in and of itself. Had a lot from the Ukraine, interestingly. So looking at those studies again over time, but yeah, how many were published at certain times. And you do see how they match onto some of those trends. For example, 1969, the Federal Coal Mine and Safety Act, of course. And then research in this particular space dropped off. And there you'll start to see the research focus was on exposure levels and, you know, those other elements that were a result or, you know, indirectly a result of that particular act. And then from sort of the early 2000s, you start to see that picking up again. And of course, with engineered stone, et cetera, yeah, and earlier detection, you know, there is a little bit more focus on this area, but still not quite enough with only 33 studies. So yeah, the most recent one we found was in 2021 in Iran, but our search took place March this year. So just keep that in mind. All right, so what does that actually tell us, all of that data that we got? Like I said, applying a biopsychosocial perspective to the results seem to fit quite nicely. Those biological factors really because it's a disease, so what studies are telling us about the disease in terms of employment and return to work outcomes. So the biology aspect, the psychological factors, so that reduced physical ability, how does that impact quality of life? How does that impact their financial health concerns and those sorts of things? And the social factors, so those wraparound support systems, what studies were in that space. So applying that and sort of coding each of the studies under those three headings, we came up with this. It's funny, we've seen all these circles this morning and they're conglomerates of stuff and characterizations of dust, and this is very much a macro perspective. But you notice there the biopsychosocial takes up the most amount of studies that were published. 0% there for psychological, which I think is an opportunity for future research. I would say that, I'm a psychologist, so make myself some work. But also those overlaps are really interesting as well, the biosocial elements and just social on its own, biological, which you would also expect being that it's a disease-focused study. So what we found with the biological factors, so determining that the disease is occupationally derived, so that real connection between, yes, you've got this particular thing, but how do we know that it's from the occupation that you're doing? It's certainly in those earlier studies where that connection wasn't as obvious or as easily acceptable. The assessing, measuring and predicting disease progression to try and understand, well, how is this going to impact this person, you know, to plan ahead for employment. Accurate assessment of degree of impairment. You certainly see this when there's, if you're a stage 1, a stage 2, a stage 3, yes, return to work, kind of business as usual, but watch carefully to no restricted duties to no work ability at all. Treatment options that improve health outcomes, so lung lavage in there, hospitalisation, sanatorium treatment, chemotherapy and those sort of things. For the psychological factors, looking at the decision-making of affected workers from initial symptom development. So some of those people who had symptoms may have gone off and got treatment from their doctor without it being a formal diagnosis. And what do? So often if it's a dusty workplace, they might actually decide to leave that workplace in and of their own accord. And we call that autonomous redeployment. So they've just decided, self-selected themselves out of the industry or into a different role. The knowledge and cognitive response to individual health, particularly that connection with other health factors, with smoking, with weight management, with exercise engagement. And the post-diagnosis adaptation and decision-making. So yes, they've got this disease now. What does that mean for them? What does that mean as they're maybe the sole breadwinner? If they work in mining, most of them did, then mining and its nice income, how do they manage that going forward in their families? And the thoughts and responses to legal and medical options. Again, they might even have a workers' comp or partial workers' compensation claim. So then what do they do with that? How do they manage that as well with their families and understanding and navigating the legal system? So the social factors, interesting, the role of occupational health nurse was presented in one study as a great wraparound of support for all of these different facets of the journey for a worker. Supporting the carers, so how can they best be supported and informed and empowered so that they can also support their person who they're caring for to maintain some aspects of normality in working life and in just general life. Community rehabilitation programs and having access to that, and education around those health factors, as I mentioned before, and some focus on those lower socioeconomic regions in parts of the world where access to free or good quality medical care and support is very limited. So then, finding different programs that actually support people can mean that they can maybe engage in better employment opportunities if they have a chance. We then applied that in the journey over time from onset of symptoms where they've got that cough. What do they do now? They get diagnosed, so they have the interview, they might have an assessment of workability there. They move into rehab, maybe it's some HIIT training, maybe it's meditation, yoga, and then into what came up as rational employment. So being a type of employment that will be sustainable for them and suitable for their current health status. So that was sort of the journey and how each of the articles that we found fit into that journey. Now again with the dots, bubbles, but these aren't particulates. We then applied those, the types of interventions and looked at it as the relevance in terms of what we wanted to know. So they're not, this is not an assessment of the quality of the studies, but more about how relevant is this particular intervention to what we want to know about return to work and remain at work. And rational employment with 8 studies kind of came through at the highest and the most amount of studies in that area, which makes sense because rational employment is right, you've got this problem and you need to get a job, and this is what we think that job should be. A job in a clean working area, a job with minimal physical imposition on you, so makes sense. But we just need to know the next bit, what happens then and how long is that sustainable, and that's the part that we really want to know. So very few studies specifically focused on that, as we found only 33 in going back to 1941. The interventions were recommended in the discussion section. A lot of things down at the discussion say, yes, we should do this. We should do retraining. We should have we should do adult apprenticeships. We should do all this stuff, should. but nothing that actually put that in place and then, gave us some outcomes from that. So the focus is still very much on prevention, which it should be, that's rightfully so. But again, with the cart before the horse, what happens then? What happens once they're affected? Now, what do we do with them? And that problem, as we've seen, isn't going to go away anytime soon. So our next steps, what we plan to do. So we want to talk to people who are directly impacted by this. So they've been diagnosed maybe with an occupational dust lung disease. Any stakeholders that support or work with or manage or work with the affected people, and any other interested persons with experience or expertise in this area, and carers and family as well. So the purpose of these interviews is to delve a bit deeper into that experience and find out what, again, with that biopsychosocial perspective, what are those support mechanisms that they draw upon, what works, what doesn't work, what could work in the future, where are the gaps, where are the opportunities. So that's our timeline. Basically, we've finished the scoping review and next year we'll be focused on that interviewing process. So this is my ask of you. Please reach out. So there's a QR code there. I see everyone's got their phones out. That's fantastic. Yep, scan that, pop in your details. And that's if you want to be kept informed of this particular project, or if you want to get involved, and we can have a chat next year and hopefully glean some of those wonderful insights that you all have. All right, there's references if anyone wants to do some more research.
Scott Anderson is a diesel fitter and site safety and health representative at a mine in Queensland. In 2025, he and Nikky LaBranche won the Queensland Mining Industry Health and Safety Conference Health Award. Scott's topic today, Scott is presenting about safe transitions and dust mitigation, why research matters. Thank you very much, Scott.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honour to be here at the Sustainable Mineral Institute's Dust and Respiratory Health Forum. This isn't just another conference. It's one of the rare places where science, practice, policy and lived experience all come together in one room. We're all here for the same purpose, to make mining healthier, safer and more sustainable for the people who work in it and the communities that depend upon it. This year marked the first time Dr. Nikky LaBranche and I formally co-led a research project together, which was recognised with this year's Queensland Mining Industry Health and Safety Conference Health Award. While this was our first official co-led project, Nikky had also provided valuable input and scientific insight into the earlier work that led to my 2024 Health Award. These awards weren't about individuals or single achievements. They're about collaboration. They proved that when you bring together the frontline knowledge of workers, the expertise of researchers, and the innovation of industry partners, you can drive change that no single group could achieve alone. Today, I want to share why research was needed, why collaboration made it possible, and why this kind of partnership matters to every worker, every site, and every community in our industry. Anyone who's worked a shift in mining knows dust. We live with it, we breathe it, and we battle it daily. But the challenge I faced went deeper than general dust. We were dealing with exhaust lagging and airborne particulates. Hazards workers sense, but no one had ever properly quantified. They weren't just dirty filters or dusty cabins. They are invisible health threats capable of causing long-term disease. After 30 plus years in mining, as a fitter, supervisor, and now an SSHR, I knew something was wrong. I could identify the hazard, but I couldn't prove its scale, or impact. I could raise alarms. Without credible data, the concern stayed as a conversation on the go line, instead of reaching the boardroom or the regulator. That's why I needed research. Not opinion, but evidence. That's where Dr. Nikky LaBranche and the SMI team came in. They brought the tools, the methods, and the credibility that I couldn't bring on my own. Together we turned concern into evidence. We moved from gut feeling to data to action. Our partnership combined frontline understanding where the issues live and breathe with academic precision, where those issues can be measured and validated. It showed that research doesn't just belong in the labs, it belongs on mine sites, in workshops, beside every worker who deserves to know what they're breathing. This project wasn't about one mine, it was about the whole industry. Research gives us more than data, it gives us direction. 1, worker health. Dust-related diseases don't appear overnight. They take years, even decades. Without research, those risks stay hidden until it's too late. With it, we can quantify exposure, validate controls, and protect workers today, not decades from now. 2, industry knowledge. Every credible study adds to our shared knowledge base. It creates a baseline for improvement, something every other site can build upon. Our findings on exhaust lagging can now help guide dust and fibre management across Queensland and beyond. 3, policy and standards. Evidence moves policy. It shapes equipment standards, ventilation design, and even national health guidelines. With strong data, decision makers can act with confidence instead of caution. 4, legacy. Many of us have kids and grandkids who may work in the mine industry one day. Our legacy must be that they inherit healthier workplaces than the ones we started in. Every data set collected today is a step towards that future. This success wasn't one voice, it was many. SSHRs and site leaders identified the risks and refused to let them be ignored. ISHRs and unions ensured that workers were represented and that the transparency stayed central. Industry partners like BreatheSafe, H&A Group and Pro Mining Solutions stepped up with real innovation. And the SMI provided independence, analytical power and credibility, ensuring our evidence could withstand any scrutiny. Together we turned a practical workplace concern into world-class research that is already influencing how the entire industry manages dust, heat and exhaust exposure. True partnership is about shared purpose. It means recognising that safety doesn't belong to management, unions or regulators alone. It belongs to everyone. Our partnership model became a blueprint for how the mining sector can solve complex problems. Workers and researchers co-design the solutions. Industry funds innovation instead of just compliance. Regulators support change built on credible, peer-reviewed data. This structure doesn't just reduce risk, it builds trust. When a workforce sees that its concerns are taken seriously and validated through science, culture changes and it moves from silence to empowerment. One of the biggest lessons from this journey was about leadership humility. Being a leader doesn't mean having all the answers. It means knowing when to seek expertise. Real safety leadership connects the dots, linking the inside of the workforce, the science of research, the innovation of suppliers, and the authority of regulators. Alone, none of us could have made this progress. Together, we created lasting change. Leadership in this context means stepping back so others can step forward and having the courage to let research challenge what we think we know. The hazard was always there. Workers felt it. They talked about it. But without research, it stayed invisible. Thanks to collaboration, the same hazard is now measured, documented, and can be actively managed across multiple sites. What began as a concern on a crib break has become evidence in a report, and evidence leads to action. Actions change policy, and policy saves lives. That's a change reaction of progress, and it starts with research. So I'll leave you with this thought. When science meets practice, when workers meet researchers, when unions meet industry, that's when real change happens. The research we've done together isn't just about dust or exhaust flagging. It's about how we work together as an industry. It's about using evidence to protect people, empower leaders, and inspire the next generation. A big thank you to Dr. Nikky LaBranche and the SMI team for their expertise and partnership and the going above and beyond. Thank you to BriefSafe, H&A Group, and Pro Mining Solutions for standing shoulder to shoulder with us. Thank you to the ISHRs and the Mining and Energy Union for their tireless advocacy and support. Your leadership and commitment ensure that workers' voices are not only heard, but drive real change. And finally, thank you to the Sustainable Mineral Institute, the organisers of this forum, and every presenter here today who keeps the conversation moving forward. Together, we're not just reducing exposure, we're building a legacy of health, trust and collaboration that will outlast all of us. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Ian Cattell from BreedSafe to finish off our session before lunch.
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here for the 8th Annual Dust Conference and Forum. I think it's a really good cause. We're really privileged to be part of it. Unfortunately, part of a broader group that's passionate about reducing the effects of respirable dust in the industry. From, I guess, the perspective of what we're dealing with, it's this type of dust that's fairly typical. And yeah, I agree with Ken, dust is the silent killer. Airborne dust is naturally occurring. It's there in every part of our processes, and it's what we do with it to try to prevent that becoming part of an operator or worker and causing long-term effects. The effects of that also are compounded with diesel particulate and other effects that you can see there, and those are something that we can deal with and work with in providing solutions and offering improved enhancements to standard trucks and other operating product, which is allowing dust into the environments of the cabin area and to the operators. So I guess one of the main things that we want to focus on a little more on is that when we do a lot of training in industry, there's certainly a knowledge of respirable dust and even the silicosis and asbestos risks that exist in the market. But there's a really low understanding of COPD. And when we talk about 45% and above from Professor Cohen's presentation, it's something that needs a lot more awareness. And it's a long-term irritation from smoke, dust and fumes, but it's irreversible. It's going to be something that is going to create shortness of breath and persistent coughs, and it creates a really big industry issue. And there's no cure, and early management can certainly slow the progression, and prevention is the best cure in terms of improving this from a quality of life. The environments that we try to look at are the operator cabins on mobile plant, protecting operators with pressurised HEPA, air filtered systems, and in fact dual HEPA, so protecting the inside air as well as the outside air from going through into the breathing zone. Add to this the risks around blowouts of electrical enclosures, whereby mine workers are now becoming affected by damaged dust being blown around with air nozzles and cleaning processes. We can positively pressure those environments to create a reduction in the risks of dust and create a dust-free environment and reduce arc flash risks. Additionally, clean room and weighbridges and other areas which are in the respirable dust damaging areas, they can be positively pressurised with HEPA to create an environment that is protected. We talked a little bit about the additional considerations of filtration of gases and VOCs. Diesel particulates are a very pertinent one in the current market. There's definitely an ability to filter out the carbon using the HEPA filtration systems, but also to have gas scrubbing using activated carbon filtration systems that only enhance to the air quality inside the cabin areas. And these are things that are, again, adding to the enhanced protection of operators in the environment for mines and quarries and pretty much any civil construction environment. So we all probably are aware of ISO 23875. It went a long way to really define the risks and how to solve those risks through positive pressure. And we try and look at filtering out the inside air between what's been created with dust within 120 seconds. So that environment's clean very quickly. And again, compliance with the operator enclosure using high efficiency filtration to achieve that. We also measure thresholds of CO2, and we do have the ability to filter the air that's going in and creating positive pressure through sealing of cabins. I also want to draw attention to more recent August this year, Australian Code of Practice requirement managing crystalline silica in the workplace, August 2025. And there's quite a big section on that regarding the positive pressurization of cabins and creating closed sealed doors and windows and monitoring the systems, and to use HEPA 13 and 14 filters for the requirements of filtering to hospital grade inside the cabins. So that's something that's very new and very relevant, and it, I guess, really reinforces what we're all here about, which is about really protecting people. It's people that matter. It's about reducing the risks of COPD and black lung, silicosis, and all of the diseases associated with it, and using the highest hierarchy of defence through the prevention and engineered prevention of dust in the working environments. So thank you for having a listen to that. We welcome you to come over and visit our team over on the stand near the lunch area. Wish you a good lunch. We have some ongoing work in the industry where we're going to do some road shows in the coming weeks, which is just around really raising awareness of COPD. It was quite surprising to us, the knowledge of certain aspects of respirable lung damage, but sort of a bit of a gap in understanding in the industry, I guess, around the risks of COPD and what they really mean. So we're happy to advance that forward, and enjoy your lunch, everyone. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ian. And thank you to Breathe Safe for being our platinum sponsor for today's forum. Thank you very much. We'd also like to acknowledge our other sponsors. So we have Draeger as a gold sponsor, Resources Safety and Health Queensland for morning tea, Cyclone as a silver sponsor, and our bronze sponsors, Clean Space Technology, Kenelec Scientific, and Sunstrom Safety Equipment Australia.
Good afternoon. My name is Dean Barr. I head up the Occupational Health Division at Resources Safety and Health Queensland, and we're very proud to be sponsoring this event again for the 8th year. And I just want to thank and acknowledge the work of Nikki and her team at SMI for again putting on this very important forum, and thank everyone for their attendance and the speakers today. And I'd also like to thank our Commissioner, Ken, for his interest and passion for this space. So thanks very much for being part of the group today, Ken. All right, so let's move on. Our next speaker is Lauren Williams from Lung Foundation Australia. Lauren is a research lead for the Occupational Lung Disease Program at Lung Foundation, and her focus currently is to advance lung disease research through strategic initiatives that foster collaboration and innovation on a national level. Lauren is a chief investigator on collaborative research projects with Monash University, focusing on establishing the national research agenda for occupational lung diseases. She also leads the strategy and development of an occupational respiratory rapid response protocol, a systematic tool for disease prevention. This afternoon, Lauren's going to be presenting on a national research priority setting and occupational COPD. If you could join me in welcoming Lauren. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So my name is Lauren Williams. I'm the research lead for the Occupational Lung Disease Program at Lung Foundation Australia. And today I will be presenting the research priorities for occupational COPD. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past and present. For those that don't know, Lung Foundation Australia is the only charity and leading peak body in Australia that funds life-changing research and delivers dedicated support services for people living with lung disease and lung cancer. Since 1990, we've worked to ensure lung health is a priority for all by promoting early diagnosis, advocating for policy change and research investment, and championing equitable access to treatment and care. So this research was funded by the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, and the funding body had no involvement in the study. So COPD is a collective term for describing conditions affecting the airways of the lungs, and more severe forms of the disease can affect the lung alveoli, where oxygen transfer occurs. Occupational exposure to vapors, gases, and dust and fumes is a significant contributor to the development and progression of COPD, accounting for an estimate up to 20% of cases globally. Despite this, occupational COPD remains undiagnosed, largely due to the difficulties in identifying and assessing occupational contributions in clinical settings, especially in individuals with other risk factors such as smoking. The diagnosis and management of occupational COPD are further complicated by its heterogeneity, limited use of spirometry, and the frequent under-recognition of high-risk occupational groups. Despite this, the widespread recognition of the risks arising from occupational exposures, many Australian workers continue to be exposed, and more needs to be understood regarding exposures, prevention, screening, diagnosis, and management. Given these challenges, establishing research priorities in occupational COPD is essential to targeted efforts for research funding, inform policy, and reduce the ongoing burden of this preventable disease among Australian workers. So for some further project background, the National Dust Disease Task Force, which was convened in response to the silicosis epidemic, made a number of recommendations which were adopted by government. We were appointed to deliver several of these recommendations, skip to the slide, by government. We were appointed to deliver several of these recommendations, including the facilitation and co-design of the National Silicosis Prevention Strategy. We've also been awarded a federal grant, which provides 4 work streams across prevention, support, response, and research. So this initiative includes the delivery of a national silicosis prevention and awareness campaign, which you're likely seeing in the media at the moment, a national telephone-based support service, nursing service, and social worker service, the development of the rapid response protocol, and relating to recommendation 6A, the identification of additional priority areas for further research funding, which is what I'm presenting today. Our inaugural 2023 silicosis research priority setting has had its findings compiled, delivered to the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, and has been published in the Medical Journal of Australia. Last year, our focus was on occupational lung cancer, and of course, this year is on occupational COPD. The key recommendation from the National Dust Disease Task Force was to develop a strategic and coordinated approach to research. In response, our aim was to collaboratively identify the research priorities in occupational COPD to set the research agenda and inform future research investment. These were agreed upon key stakeholders, including multidisciplinary workplace health and safety professionals, including occupational hygienists, multidisciplinary health professionals, including medical and allied health, union, industry, and other worker representatives, legal professionals working in personal injury, regulation and compensation agency representatives, other researchers, and also other key stakeholders involved in occupational lung disease prevention and management. So a modified priority setting approach based on the James Lind Alliance framework was adopted for the study. The framework was used in the priority setting work established by LFA in previous project years as well. This approach has been used in similar works, establishing research priorities in occupational COPD, pulmonary fibrosis, mesothelioma, asthma, among other diseases as well. The James-Lynda Alliance framework is intended to be flexible to the relevant contextual needs. So the project engaged in the following key steps. 1, to establish an occupational lung disease network steering committee to oversee this project. 2, collect research priorities within each priority area from stakeholders using an open-ended online anonymous survey. And thirdly, to further define and agree upon the top priorities within each priority area at research forums. So our committee met virtually on an as-needed basis and oversaw the implementation of the project protocol. Expertise within the committee included respiratory and occupational medicine, oncology, radiology, allied health, consumer-based research priority setting, occupational exposure science and epidemiology, occupational hygiene, and air quality. We distributed an online survey and presented the analysis at the research forum. Within the research forums, we used a nominal group technique to discuss and rank the research topics to define the top priorities. And the final stage involved generating research questions for those top ranked topics. Within our research priority setting, we typically host 2 forums, one for our multidisciplinary professionals, which we conducted last Thursday, and one for our consumer audience. Due to the timing of this presentation today and our consumer research forum scheduled for this coming Monday, I will only be presenting the outcomes of the survey and the multidisciplinary research forum today. So given the complexity of the heterogeneous nature of occupational COPD, we defined 4 broader areas within specific research priorities could be determined. These were priority area 1, exposure, identification and extent of occupational exposures that cause occupational COPD. Priority area 2, prevention of occupational exposures that cause occupational COPD. Priority area 3, screening and diagnosis, including genetic predispositions. And lastly, management, which included living with, treating, and managing the impacts of occupational COPD. So typically, healthcare priority setting is done in a more clinical setting, where the target sample is patients and treating healthcare professionals. However, because our disease focus is an occupational respiratory condition, it was crucial that we included more than just those living with occupational COPD and respiratory specialists. Therefore, we've included a broad range of multidisciplinary professionals, including researchers and worker representation, as well as our at-risk workers, family members, and their caregivers. For recruitment, we advertise a survey opportunity on the LFA website, through social media channels, and our internal mailing list. We also approach stakeholders and key opinion leaders directly, many of whom shared within their own channels, such as the Society for Occupational Medicine, respiratory special interest groups, and WorkSafe agencies. The initial online survey was open for a period of 10 weeks and received 102 responses, which we're quite happy with, given that those number of responses were successful in reaching thematic saturation. We had 34 multidisciplinary professionals across 18 different disciplines who completed the survey. The highest reported professionals were academics and researchers, followed by nurses and occupational hygienists. In terms of consumers, we had 51 with a diagnosis or suspected diagnosis of occupational COPD, 14 current or former at-risk workers, and 3 family members and caregivers. We had consumers working across mining and quarrying, construction, manufacturing, tunneling, and other self-reported industries and roles such as admin, housekeeping, laboratory, agriculture, welding, military, and geology. So survey responses were then analysed thematically to consolidate the free text responses into research topics. The topics were then taken to our research forum for priority setting discussion and ranking, and will later be shared at our consumer research forum as well. During the priority setting process, we gave attendees the opportunity to modify the list if there was a consensus amongst the wider group. So these were the research topics that were thematically analysed from the first question of our survey, which asked, what should researchers be focused on when it comes to exposure? This priority area generated 9 research topics in total, and the ones highlighted in bold here were reported most frequently in the survey. Just going to highlight a couple. So cumulative and combined risk factors is a research topic that we see every year. We also had some commentary around exposure registries, noting that the National Occupational Respiratory Disease Registry is currently up and running by federal government. So it may not necessarily be about the registry itself, but about the uptake and the appropriate data capturing for this registry. Moving on to research topics for prevention. So this priority area generated 9 research topics in total. And during conversation, groups mentioned that reduction of passive smoke in the workplace might be a low priority area for research given the current regulations around smoking. However, we just did not want to admit this from the results. And also barriers and enablers to effective prevention and control might be a high priority for research. And attendees noted that regulation in Australia is actually quite good. However, it's the implementation and enforcement that remains a challenge. These were the research topics that were thematically analysed for our third question around screening and diagnosis. So this priority area generated 11 research topics in total. We had some modifications to a couple of these during the forum. So for increased access to spirometry, we also added CT in there too. And for workforce capacity building, we expanded this to health workforce capacity and capability building. There was some lower consensus around the importance of the role of genetic testing for occupational COPD. And attendees recognised that the final research topic could be expanded to all registries, not just the National Lung Cancer Screening Program registry. And finally, these were the research topics that were analysed from our last question around management, living with and treating the disease. So this priority area was our largest, generating 12 research topics in total. This is to be expected as occupational lung disease has extensive implications beyond just physical health implications. Our most frequent ones were psychosocial impacts, pulmonary rehabilitation, innovative treatments and devices, and improved service and treatment accessibility. We also had return to work as a topic here, and we've just been fortunate to hear an example of what this research topic could look like in practice by Amy Henderson in this morning's session. And we made no modifications to this list prior to ranking. So just glancing back at the methodology here. So we're at the last 2 sections here. So after the survey analysis, that is what we presented at the research forum for priority setting discussion and ranking. We gave attendees the opportunity to modify the list, some of which I've just mentioned, if there was a consensus amongst the wider group. So in summary, we discussed in small groups, made modifications, and then everyone completed individual rankings of the topics via Slido to identify the top 5 for each priority area. So our outcome was to have a top 20 research topics in total, equally across each of the priority areas. So this table shows the ranked results, those top 5 from each of the priority areas. And I'll just give you a minute to take this in. There was also some similarities between the ones that were most frequently reported in the survey and ones that were ranked the highest during the day as well. So the final stage for the forum asked participants to generate research questions based on the top ranked priorities. So each table was allocated a priority area and the correlating top 5 topics to generate research questions. And then they were asked to identify their top or best questions that they had developed. Noting that all research questions generated were documented and will be included as an appendix to our final report to government. So I'm just going to present some of the top ones now. So for exposure, we've got a total of 6 here, and these will also be refined later on with our committee prior to reporting. So just a couple that I'd like to highlight. What are the experimental mechanisms of exposure resulting in COPD, particularly in comparison to cigarette smoke? How can advanced multi-parameter characterizations of workplace hazards improve the identification, assessment, and control of exposure risks across diverse occupational environments? And one relating to our exposure registry topic, which was which Australian industries should be prioritised for the establishment of occupational exposure registries, and what policy, infrastructure, and data governance mechanisms are required to effectively create and sustain them. These were the top questions for our prevention category, and I'll just again highlight a couple. What is the population-based prevalence of COPD and emphysema in relation to occupation? This one, of course, relates to the prevalence of occupational COPD. Because of that under-recognition and under-diagnosis, we do have statistics, but they're likely not as accurate as they could be. Another one is, what are the most effective delivery methods for occupational health and safety training resources that overcome common barriers to engagement, comprehension, and behaviour change in the workforce, including cold community? So this one relates to the topic of worker training and education. And I liked the inclusion of the culturally and linguistically diverse tailoring, as it's important since we know that cold groups are at a high-risk group for occupational lung disease. So these were some of the top questions generated for screening and diagnosis, some of which are, how can we optimize screening for those potentially at risk of occupational COPD, considering accessibility, technology, tools, frequency, delivery, and psychosocial well-being? What is the validity and efficacy of using forced oscillation technique for early diagnosis of early COPD? And how can we build health workforce capacity and capability for screening and diagnosis? And lastly, these are some of the top questions we identified for our management category, some of which were, are existing Australian jurisdictional return to work guidelines consistent and fit for purpose? And do they effectively support return to work for people with occupational COPD? What are the barriers to accessing evidence-based care navigation for people with occupational COPD, including an MDT, comprehensive rehabilitation legal advice, and psychosocial support? And what are the barriers and enablers to successful and effective psychosocial interventions? And do they differ between generational and cultural groups? So in conclusion, the key stakeholders all gave real-world expertise that must be recognised when determining the research priorities. These findings can be used to drive a national research agenda and, importantly, to advocate for and inform future research investment. I'd just like to acknowledge a limitation of this research is the minimal priority checking against published systematic reviews and meta-analysis, as this step was not considered feasible given the tight timelines. We also have yet to deliver our consumer research forum, so we are currently unable to include our consumer results or consensus results between the two groups today. Next steps. As I mentioned, to ensure the consumer voice is represented in our priority setting, we are holding a second forum for people impacted by occupational COPD, including family members and carers, as well as people at risk of occupational COPD. The virtual event is hosted on Monday, the 3rd of November, so this Monday, and please feel welcome to extend this invitation with your at-risk workers or your patient networks. We will then process the outcomes of both research forums to develop and deliver the annual report to the department. Following this, we will publish and disseminate the findings more widely, with Lung Foundation Australia advocating for a more coordinated and strategic research funding guided by these priorities. This also includes sharing the outcomes with MRFF and the NHMRC to influence research funding. Thank you. Open to any questions. And if you'd like to chat further about research or how Lung Foundation Australia can support your networks, please just reach out.
Thanks very much, Lauren. That was a fantastic presentation. And as a regulator, we see diagnosis of COPD as the highest incident rate now. So it is something of great importance to do this work. So thank you. And I also give a plug to Lung Foundation. They really are taking a leadership role in society in this space. And I really encourage you to check out information they have in support of workers who are diagnosed to link them up to support and treatment options as well. So thank you. We do have some times for questions. Any questions from the floor? While you're thinking of a question, I had one, Lauren. I was just interested to understand what opportunities you think will emerge from the new National Occupational Disease Register.
It's a very good question. So that new registry has been available since May 2023. So it's still at the start of the registry journey. So physicians, including respiratory physicians and occupational and environmental physicians, are encouraged to report occupational lung disease to that registry, noting that only silicosis is a mandatory report. So it's only been available for just over a year, so the uptake of data to that registry is building. I think once we've got enough data, we can hopefully look at that data and see possibly what maybe some of the emerging trends are and use that for prevention purposes. We'll also plug that the Department of Health are currently doing a consultation for that registry. So if you have any type of feedback or information for them to evaluate and update that registry, now is the time.
All right, our next speaker is Sheila Sun. Sheila is from the University of New South Wales, where she graduated with a bachelor's degree in environmental engineering and is currently a PhD candidate at the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering. Her research centres on environmental health and occupational safety with a focus on the toxicological effects of dust generated during the fabrication of engineered stone benchtops and in coal mining on respiratory health. Sheila has expertise in advanced material characterisation and biological assay development, contributing to interdisciplinary projects that aim to understand the environmental and health impacts of industrial materials. She's dedicated to developing safer occupational practices and improving health outcomes for workers exposed to hazardous dust materials. Sheila will be presenting this afternoon on mine dust composition and longer-term health effects on lung cells. Can you join me in welcoming Sheila?
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siqi. I'm Sheila Sun. I'm a PhD candidate from UNSW Civil and Environmental Engineering. Today, I'll be sharing some of our recent research on the characterization and toxicity assessment of coal mine dust. The work is a collaborative effort between teams from UNSW and UQ, led by Professor David Waite, Dr. Yingying Sun, and Dr. Andrew Casilla from UNSW, and Dr. Nikky LaBranche, Professor David Cliff from UQ. So the presentation today will be covering 4 parts. So first of all, I will be talking about some context and background of our research, followed by talking about physical chemical characteristics of the coal mine dust. And also I will be talking about the lung cell responses to dust exposure. And I will conclude my presentation by talking about some implications from our preliminary results. First of all, let me provide some context and background. This research is funded by the Queensland Government Office of Industrial Relations. Our key objectives are to quantify the physical chemical properties of coal mine dust and to identify the critical factors contributing to the development of dust-related lung diseases using more biologically relevant cell models with a focus on longer-term exposure responses. So moving on to the physical chemical characteristics of the dust. At the initial stage of this project, we received 14 samples from several coal mining companies, representing current operations across 10 Australian mines. The sample sources included coal seams, roof rock, and floor rock. So the dust was generated in a laboratory environment where we generated the dust using a rain mill. And the dust produced during this process was collected both in bulk without any size fluctuation and via vacuum to a cascade impactor, which is shown in the middle of this slide. The cascade impactor contains multiple nodal stages in series, allowing us to fractionate the airborne particles by size. And this also enabled us to collect particles within both ingested and inhaled size ranges. The particle size distribution was further confirmed using light scattering instrumentation as shown on the right-hand side. So element-wise, the main components identified containing in the coal mine dust samples were carbon, silicon, and aluminum. We also identified 2 samples, for example, sample number 2 and sample number 13, that were relatively rich in iron. We then examined the mineralogy and found that these coal dust were dominated by amorphous phases, as shown here in gray, ranging from 28% to even 95%. Quartz, kaolinite, and muscovite were the most common crystalline minerals identified in these coal dust samples. We also had a look at, so based on these results, we grouped the 14 coal dust samples into 3 categories, according to their iron content, either greater or less than 1%, and crystal silica content, again, either greater or less than 10%. And then we had a look at the specific surface area of these mine dusts. And specific surface area is an indicator of surface reactivity. Generally speaking, the larger the surface area, the more likely surface reactions are to occur. Our results show some minor variations among the samples. Dust containing less than 10% silica generally has smaller specific surface area than the others. But no statistically significant differences were found between the groups, as shown in the figure in the middle. To assess surface charge, we measured the zeta potential. We use zeta potential as an indicator, especially its magnitude or the absolute value of zeta potential as an indicator of suspension stability and the likelihood of particle aggregation. So in brief, dispersed particles may have greater potential for negative health effects, especially than those aggregating into larger solids. When the values approach 0 millivolts, the particles tend to attach to each other. While if the magnitude of the zeta potential is greater than like 20 millivolts, then the particles would remain stabilized and separate. Our samples generally had a zeta potential magnitude greater than 20 millivolts. And this suggests a good stability, and also that our most of the dust samples were less likely to aggregate. So now let's move on to the lung cell responses to dust exposure with a focus on longer term effects. There's a wide range of cell types existing in the human lung. We chose A549 epithelial cells because they form a line of defense and they are very critical for maintaining the integrity of the airway structure. We cultured the cells as three-dimensional cepharides to better mimic cell-cell interactions, and also we extended the exposure period to multiple weeks. These allowed us to create a more realistic model for chronic dust exposure. Before showing the preliminary results, let me briefly outline the pathogenic cascade that we think is important. So the dust would first trigger an early alarm by elevating the level of intracellular reactive oxygen species, ROS, and then it will activate some signals that could promote fibrosis. And we normally call these kind of signal as growth factor, GS. And ultimately, this will lead to barrier breakdown and possibly amplifies extracellular matrix accumulation and progressive fibrosis. So here we used the levels of intracellular ROS, the release of growth factor, for example, CTGF, connective tissue growth factor, and also the cell death as indicators of early alarm remodeling signal where extracellular matrix accumulation occurs and barrier breakdown after dust exposure. Here is the experimental workflow. 7 days before the dust exposure, we initiated the cepharides culture. Then we exposed the cepharides to the dust suspension and collected the samples at different time points, up to 30 days. During this period, we regularly renewed the dust suspension, both to maintain nutrient levels for cell growth and to mimic repetitive dust exposure in real-world scenarios. So starting with the early alarm signal, which is the generation of intracellular ROS. Overall, the levels of intracellular ROS peaked early and then gradually declined over time. For the low silica samples, which are in the green box, ROS production was limited. And in contrast, for high silica samples that are in the red and blue boxes, we observed much stronger reactive oxygen species production with elevated levels sustained for up to 7 days. And interestingly, in samples containing both high silica and relatively higher iron, the ROS levels were even higher. This may suggest a synergistic redox effect between silica and iron. Now moving on to the remodeling signal, where we use the release level of growth factor, connective tissue growth factor as an indicator. So we observed some distinct profiles across the samples. So to illustrate this, we analyzed the cumulative amount of these growth factors that promote fibrosis over time, comparing the accumulation to the blank control, as shown in the bars on the right of the axis, horizontal axis. No, sorry, vertical axis. And bars on the left represent the net change in CTGF production. The higher the value, the more growth factor produced during that interval. So several samples, especially those boxed in red, show their peak growth factor release between 7 and 14 days. Overall, crystal silica-rich samples induced higher and more statistical significant growth factor production, especially during the mid to late phase of exposure. So for samples high in both silica and iron, we also observed relatively stronger growth factor spikes in the early stage, let's say around day 3 to 7, with some exceptions like sample number 4 and sample number 13. The cumulative growth factor levels remain steady afterwards. In contrast, low silica samples in the first row showed relatively weaker growth factor levels with limited significance compared to the negative control. When we compare the cumulative growth factor levels across the 3 groups, no significant differences were seen during the early stage, especially within 14 days. However, from the mid stage onward, the high silica and high iron group began to show statistically significantly higher accumulation growth factor increases than the other groups. So the next question is, what happens when the tissue can no longer compensate for cell loss? That brings us to barrier breakdown and cell death. So for cell viability, A549 sulfides were generally resilient to most coal mine dust samples, especially in the early phase, suggesting limited acute cytotoxicity. However, over the full 30-day period, the samples containing both high silica and high iron caused more significantly greater cell death, indicating progressive barrier loss over time. And finally, I will be talking about a few implications from our preliminary results. So overall, these findings suggest that early dust control is very critical. Silica is the primary driver of epithelial injury, and iron may further amplify this effect. This also underscores the importance of rapid intervention, and comprehensive dust categorization is very important. As mentioned by Nikki earlier today, dust is never simple. We shouldn't oversimplify how we manage or control it. And also the progressive fibrotic signaling and delayed barrier loss highlight the need for long-term monitoring and targeted dust management strategies, especially in high-risk settings. That's all I want to share today. We are welcome to any questions.
Thank you very much, Sheila. It was a fascinating presentation.
Thank you.
Is there any questions for Sheila from the floor? I've got one while you're thinking. I was just wondering, with the cells that you use to model the toxicity, where there's any consideration for different parts of the lung, say the alveoli versus sort of the upper bronchial tubes?
Yes. So initially, we spent quite a long time to make the decision on which cell line we should choose for this kind of longer term study. And basically we focus more on the relatively first line of production, as you said, like the alveolar area. And we realized this kind of like A549 is relatively robust and can sustain a longer term and can fit better using like this kind of like 3D cell culture. So when we make the decision on which cell line to use, we basically considered like which area might be infected. And also we consider the characteristics of and also the robustness of the cell line, given this kind of like longer term studies.
Okay, our third presentation before a quick break for afternoon tea. Our next presenter is Dr. Yingying Sun. Dr. Sun is a researcher from UNSW Water Research Centre and the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering. She's experienced in oxidative stress and inflammation-related cellular dysfunction, especially the pathogenesis investigations of both pulmonary and neural dysfunction. Yingying and Andrew will present jointly this afternoon on some of the early findings stemming from a new project examining the relationship between coal mine and artificial stone dust particle geochemistry and lung disease, with a particular focus on toxicity assessment. Could you please join me in welcoming Yingying and Andrew?
Hello, everyone. So I'm Yingying Sun from the UNSW Sydney. So today, I think there is some misunderstanding. So the work we're going to present today is about the immune system and lung cancer. So our work is funded by the Egg Hair Dust Disease Board, New South Wales. And this work is led by Scientist Professor David Waite. So here is an overview of today's talk. So I will begin with the background on occupational dust and it links to the lung cancer. Then I will zoom in on the immune system, especially the NK cells. After this, I will walk you through our experimental findings and wrap up with key conclusions, policy implications, and even future directions. So silica and silicosis attract great attention recently, especially during the ban of engineered stone in Australia. But in addition to the dust and the lung fibrosis, occupational dust also contributes to the lung cancer. So according to the ABS, lung cancer itself remains the Australia's top cancer killer, and the occupational exposure contributes to 29% of the cases in men and 12% in women. So there are several types of occupational dust, such as the asbestos, diesel particles, and the crystalline silica are well-established culprits. So from the biological perspective, historically, so the dust-induced lung cancer has been attributed to the chronic inflammation and the oxidative stress induced by the inhaled dust. People think that this type of dust can mediate the production of different reactive oxygen species and reactive nitrogen species, or even the inflammatory cytokines. So in addition to this, components within dust, such as the PAH, they can form DNA adducts, results in chromosome instability or even the mutations. All of this contributes to the genotoxic effects of the inhalable dust. But in recent years, so the immune dysregulation has been considered to contribute to the tumor escape. So this involves the activation of tumors supportive immune cells, exhaustion of tumor suppressive immune cells, or even the impaired immune surveillance that allows the progression of lung cancer. So recognition and harnessment of immune system has gained great attention, especially during the past 2 decades. And even two Nobel Prizes have been awarded to this area. So the first one in 2018 is about the immune checkpoints. And it has demonstrated great success in the real-world cancer treatment. So currently, the PD-1 based treatment has been widely used in different cancer treatment. And the one has been awarded in this year is more about the immune tolerance. So it has been awarded to the identification of regulatory T cells. So while these are still at the early stage for the real world treatment, it still laid the foundation and show great potential for the treatment of autoimmune disease and cancer. So all of this suggests that this is an area and could have great real world impact. So inspired by this, so our research group become more and more interested in the natural killer cells. So the natural killer cells, they are important white blood cells, and they directly kill disease and abnormal cells within the lung or the infected area. So that means they play an important role in the immune surveillance. So the natural killer cells, they can act without pre-sensitization. This means their work depends on self-missing mechanism rather than antigen-presenting mechanism. This is very important because when we want to use this type of cell-based treatment, it generally causes less self-attacking problems. So as shown, as indicated in the figure shown on the right-hand side, so the natural killer cells, the function of the natural killer cells can be divided into two parts. The first one is about its killing capacity based on the proteins. So in this way, so the natural killer cells, they can produce and pack several cytotoxic proteins in the vesicles. And when they identify the abnormal cells, they release these proteins to form the pore on the target cells and induce the programmed cell death. And the second pathway is the cytokine-based toxicity pathway. So in this one, so the NK cells can also produce pro-inflammatory cytokines. This can help them to coordinate and communicate with other important immune cells, such as macrophages and T cells. So actually, the dysfunction of NK cells has been reported in smokers and individuals exposed to diesel particles, or even patients living with COPD. So in this work, we first searched the Occupational Cancer Research Center in Canada. So according to them, so the construction industry has the major cases among all the industries, following by the manufacturing, mining, and other industries. So keeping this in mind, so we select a range of occupational dust based on the relevance and the prevalence in mining and the construction. So this includes the crystalline silica, high-grade coal dust. Kaolin can be found in the construction site, and the silica and the silicates containing mining waste band, and the reduced iron minerals in coal mines or even the asbestos. So here is our preliminary findings. So we first studied the dust exposure and its impact on the cellular state of the NK cells. So as shown in this figure, we can see that dust exposure to NK cells reduce the cell viability, which is shown in green color across all the dust type. So, and this is a time and dose dependent process. So with both the apoptosis and the necrosis increased with silica and silicate and iron-rich dust. And they generally causing more necrosis than coal mining dust, especially the high-grade coal dust. So this cellular damage likely impairs the function of NK cells, and they reduce the percentage of live NK cells in the infected area. So this may weakening the innate immune surveillance capacity. Since we already know that the live cell population gonna be infected, so we also would like to know the dust exposure, if the dust exposure will cause functionality cause dysfunction of the live cells. So we first study the production capability of IFN gamma from the NK cells. So as shown in previous slides, the IFN gamma is a pro-inflammatory cytokine. So it has several functions, including activate the macrophages to enhance the anti-tumor activity, promote T cell population in the immune response, or even inhibit the tumor growth and the blood vessel development within the tumor cells. So our results indicated that most dust types significantly reduce the IFN gamma production, especially the silica-silicate sample, such as choline and asbestos. And we also seen that the high-grade coal and iron-bearing rocks have a moderate impact. So these findings indicate some dust exposure may result in early immune suppression, potentially allowing the tumor escape. So as indicated in previous slides, there is another toxic pathways of NK cells to clear all the abnormal cells. So in this part, we study the expression of the porphyrin and the granzyme B, which are two important cytotoxic proteins in the NK cells. So in brief, the porphyrin forms the membrane pores that deliver granzyme B into the target cells to induce programmed cell death. So our results shown that dust exposure induces elemental composition-dependent alteration in the porphyrin and the granzyme B expression in NK cells. And asbestos and certain silica and silicate dust cause a stronger dose-dependent reduction for the expression of granzyme B, or a weaker expression of porphyrin. So this results suggest that there's probably a greater potential for tumor escape in the presence of silica-silicate dust, including asbestos. So as shown in the figure on the left-hand side, we can see that if the NK cells want to function well and clear the target cells, they need to translocate the intracellular synthesis porphyrin and granzyme B to the surface area. So this process is called the degranulation process. In order to study, so if the synthesis the proteins can be used at the cell surface, we try to add chemicals to the NK cells and dust mixture to prevent the internalization of translocated vesicles. And then after the incubation time, we use flow cytometry to analyze the expression of the cell surface marker CD107 and the CD56 of NK cells in the live cell population. So our results shown that dust exposure generally leads to reduction in the CD107 expression on the surface. This means, in addition to the reduced expression of these toxic proteins, even the synthesized one can't be translocated to the surface of the cell successfully. And dust treatment doesn't result in the overall loss of the protein-containing vesicles, which is indicated by the non-statistical alteration in the expression of the vesicle marker LAMP1. So all the results suggest that there is a poor excitosis in the presence of dust treatment, and this contributes to the weakened NK cell cytotoxicity. So here is a summary of our current results and the implications. So from this work, we think respirable dust from coal, silica, and mixed mineral sources doesn't just cause fibrosis, they also impair our innate immune system surveillance. And the natural killer cells exposed to this occupational dust showed reduced ability to kill abnormal or even the pre-cancerous cells. So in terms of policy implication, we think in addition to the traditional occupational exposure limits, and so the health surveillance may also want to consider the immune functional endpoints. And this is may not just include the lung function. So actually, there were lots of applications of the NK cells in the health management, especially in Japan, Swiss. So in these countries, clinics use the NK cell-based treatment to clear the senescent cells and reduce the chronic inflammation. They also use this type of health management program to support cognitive resilience in aging population. And they try to reduce the risk of infections and even certain cancer development. So actually, there were lots of breakthroughs of NK cell treatment in the world, especially in these 2 years. So for example, in the May of 2024, the world leading cancer center, Henderson Center in the US, they demonstrated the great success in NK cell-based treatment in leukemia, and they also expanded their investigations to the NK cell-based treatment to solid cancer and even the autoimmune disease. So in March 2025, China granted the approval for the use of off-shelf and ready-to-use product for the clinical trials to treat advanced solid cancer. And in last July, so the FDA also approved the cell company to use NK cell-based treatment to do the clinical trials for Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease. So all of this success and involving of the NK work opens questions for us. So it means, can we use the NK cell-based therapies to prevent or even treat dust-related lung disease? So this may include the early intervention, therapeutic treatment, or even the personalized immune therapy. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sung, for that fascinating presentation. I'm still getting my head around a toxic exposure in our body, preventing another cell from releasing something toxic to destroy something else. It is fascinating. Any questions from the floor? Yes, we've got a question down here. We've got a microphone. I might be the closest with the microphone. That's it.
Hi, I might have missed it, but did you explain your putative mechanisms by how the dust actually does that?
Yes, we all the results I shown here is all about the endpoint results. It's about the functionality of the NK cells, but we also do the mechanistic study of how this happened and what leads to this. So I didn't show that, but our results indicate that it involves the mitochondrial dysfunction, RS-induced lysosome dysfunction. And we think all of this contributes to the reduced degranulation. Yeah.
Because the dust is eaten by the cell and sits in the lysosomes as well, or?
Yeah, because we think dust treatment will trigger the production of RS, and the RS burst gonna results in the dysfunction of mitochondria, and this results in the reduction in the ATP synthesis, or even the internal membrane damage of lysosome. So all of this contributes to the dysfunction process.
Any other questions? I've got one. I'm just interested to understand the process for measuring someone's NK cell dysfunction. Is that simply a blood test, and how readily could that be done?
What I really would like to do for the future work is to try if we can simply analyze the human blood of the NK cell function in the human blood to see if there is any early diagnosis or early warning of the dust-related disease. Yeah, and I think it has been reported that the smokers has a dysfunction based on their blood test. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just checking, we've got a question online. Yep, we've got one. Do you want to read that one out? Thanks, Bianca.
So it's Deborah Glass from Monash. From what you're saying, there seems to be a link between the NK dysfunction and neurodegenerative disease. So do we have evidence in human populations that silica exposure has been linked to neurodegenerative disease?
I used to read a paper based on human populations, but that paper is all about the dental particles. And it has the peripheral NK cells, and it shows there is a dysfunction of the NK cells. So that's why I'm interested in if there are different occupational dust that can also contribute to the dysfunction of NK cells.
Isabel Ward asks, has the research excluded any impact of smoking?
I think there is research regarding the impact of smoking on the NK function. So it's also studied the perforin and granzyme B, which is the two proteins I studied in this work, and it shows the reduction as well. But research also shows the NK cells in the COPD, but in a different way because it's more about irritation.
Thank you. I just wanted to expand on the question you asked about pragmatically, what would the health surveillance look like? Like, would you be talking about a blood test for a worker? And is that blood test done like annually, or I suppose I just would not know how to measure NK cells, and like how often does that need to happen?
To be honest, I don't know, but I think this is probably something we can do in the future because blood test is generally either test or screen process for the industry. And so they're probably maybe annually, but we need to see if there is a population-based evidence of the NK cell dysfunction in dust exposed workers and the dust disease.
Okay, thank you.
This is the last session of the day, and obviously the best because Lynda's here. I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Lynda Lawson from the Sustainable Minerals Institute. She's a Senior Research Fellow in the Global Centre for Mineral Security at the SMI, at the UQ. She's a teacher and knowledge transfer specialist in the extractive industry in Africa, Asia, Australia, and South America for the past 13 years. She has conducted research into the health and safety of gemstone cutters in mines, notably the presence of silica dust. She then created knowledge-based workplace training videos based on this research. Her PhD was awarded in 2020, examined opportunities and challenges for women's empowerment in the gemstone value chain in Madagascar and Thailand. She designed the knowledge transfer component of the award-winning Delve Exchange and the ASM Academy, which has already grown to 3,000 members across 70 countries. Thank you, Lynda.
Thank you, David. And I really would love to thank David as well for his help in the very early stages of this project when I was really learning all about dust. And I'd also acknowledge Carmel Boffinger, who went with me to India. She is one of the associate professor at, she was the associate professor at the Minerals Industry Safety and Health Centre. So had a lot of help along the way. And I guess one of the things I'd say about the work that I did in this project was it was very, very collaborative, almost too collaborative. We had so many people involved. But so I thank you for that introduction, David. That's great. So I'd like to tell you about this project. It happened in 2018 before COVID. I don't know if it would happen again now, but we were very fortunate. We had some, we were able to get a grant from Tiffany & Co Foundation. We're very careful. It wasn't Tiffany & Co. We didn't want that. It was Tiffany & Co Foundation. And they were interested in the health and safety of gemstone cutters. And they'd done some work, or there had been some work done by the University of Toronto and Workplace Health and Safety Without Borders in Gujarat. And they'd found some pretty appalling things. You may know about onyx and agate. I'll test you in a minute. It's a beautiful stone that you'll find on bench tops and in knickknacks and so on. A lot of that is cut in Gujarat in cottage industries with the little baby swinging across the top of the workstation, maybe one room. So levels of silicosis completely off the scale and very, very difficult situation. We'll hear after this, my presentation from Dr. Rana Sangupta, who's been running a charity in that part of India for many years. So it was interesting. So I worked with the Tiffany & Co Foundation, with the Workplace Health and Safety Without Borders. So I said there's a big list. The University of Toronto's Occupational Hygienists and the American Gem Traders Association. They wanted us to go to Jaipur, which is in the state of Rajasthan, the driest place in India, but an amazing hub for coloured gemstones and massive amount cutting there. And they said, oh, Lynda, go there. We want some health and safety material. Do a bit of research, and then we want some health and safety material for them. They said, oh, you know, like those brochures, those plasticide cards you get on the aeroplane, something like that. You know, just you pull it out and that's it. And I said, no, I don't want to do that. So I created a video and I think we captured a little bit of the local knowledge. But just to start with, looking at that picture there, any idea what that's of? Anyone? I want to see if there's any lapidary people in the room. Usually there are. Nobody brave to put their hand up? Any ideas? Yes. Yep, absolutely, it's amethyst. Yeah, what's the process going on? Any ideas? Yes. Absolutely. Know about anyone does lapidary in the room? Lapidary is so popular in Brisbane. There's lapidary clubs all over the place, and they do have good standards of health and safety. You wear masks and wash your hands and all this kind of stuff. Those are called dop sticks, and you preform the stone, you stick it onto the stick with a bit of wax, and then you're able to finally polish it and facet it and so on. But you're right, there's amethyst, there's probably some citrine. Amazing visits to those workshops. It was really, really interesting. I can't help myself, I'm an old teacher. Anyone like to tell me what they think that is? Can you see it? Rose quartz, yeah, okay. What about this? Rose quartz, okay. Value addition. This cost, I was given it by a female miner who had a mountain of it in Malawi. Maybe 5 cents. Adding value up to the little sphere like that. How much would you pay for it? A couple of dollars, maybe? I went to a gemstone producer gemstone material producer in Madagascar, and their highest selling item, would you like to have a guess? Shiploads, container loads of rose quartz hearts. They make container loads of hearts and they polish them there using all sorts of different polishing mediums and so on. Some people wear masks, some don't. And that's the issue. So, as I said, this was in the capital of Rajasthan. Amazing place. If you're from India, I please just forgive me for all the pronunciation mistakes I make, but it was an amazing project just to visit there. We found that in Jaipur, as compared to Gujarat, where we'd seen the onyx being cut and the babies swinging and so on, we found that Jaipur had a much higher level of stone. They were cutting rubies and emeralds and so on. And the conditions of the workshops that we went to were not too bad. I'll show you some pictures compared with where we'd been. But what we were interested in, having worked with the Minerals Industry Safety and Health to design the project, we were interested in the kinds of dust and the kinds of processes that were used and the different stones, and whether there was some correlation between that. And I was there to create some anti-dust materials, and my mantra is always to respect local knowledge. And I said we found the conditions not too bad, but I'll just give you an example of how things can go so wrong. Our US colleagues from the AGTA, the American Gemstone Traders Association, which is hard to understand, really, a huge organisation around the world, subsidising gemstone miners and getting their gems and whatnot. Anyway, they arrived at the airport with these huge vacuum cleaners. The vacuum cleaners would not fit up the corridor, up the stairs of the tiny little delicate workshops that scattered all over the rose city of Rajasthan. It was just like, so what do we do now? It was just interesting. And they were there on a mission to save the cutters of Jaipur, and yet the cutters of Jaipur in many ways had worked things out. We found, start up, that it would be no surprise to you that water was used to trap the dust. So nearly all the cutters had little, like the drips that you have for hospital drips, they had them dripping onto their cutting wheel. And they were very aware that they should be cutting with water. That was a clear message that came out. They were also very conscious of the fact that they should clean up and do something with that dust. A few wore scarves around their faces, but most had no idea about wearing the correct kind of mask. But one of the things that we found, we did 3 types of dust readings. I'll show you that information in a minute. And we found that there were different levels there was a significant above normal amount of silica dust readings in that room, in the rooms where we were. Not enormous, but it was there. And it did vary according to what material was being cut. So for example, if you think about rose quartz, would you be worried about silica dust? Maybe? Yes? No? Yes? Yeah, you do. According to our research, yes, in fact, that was the case. The quartz gemstones, the quartz-based gemstones. Can you give me another example of a quartz-based gemstone? Amethyst, absolutely, same material, just depending on the trace elements. You also get citrine and other quartz stones like that. So unfortunately, they're I don't like the word semi-precious stone because I think all stones are precious, but those stones are less valuable and they tend to be cut by people with less resources, so perhaps less protection as well. Whereas the high value stones, the emerald, sapphire, ruby, and so on, don't have that silica content and they're cut in cleaner situations. So let me just try and get this to you. So the purpose was to identify and evaluate the hazards to coloured gemstones to workers and cutters, and to develop interventions to control these exposures, to have a look at the working conditions, to create awareness through a simple but attractive video. So I was really sure that, my mantra is respect for local knowledge. So I thought, well, we can explain what some of the issues are here to people. We may have to do it in Hindi, we may have to do it with diagrams, but I'm sure people can have an idea that the tiny dust that you cannot see can also be very dangerous. So that's what we set about doing. I went with, quite a lot of really senior occupational hygienists and whatnot, and I had my camera with me and I interviewed people. We found 2 things really we found that there was an issue related to dust, maybe 3. There was also a huge issue related to noise. There were very, very noisy workshops and very few people were wearing earplugs. And we also found people sitting usually on the floor, and postural issues, no doubt. Those were some of the issues faced. And the other thing, myself as a person who's very interested in gender, very gendered activity. Hardly saw, and this was in Jaipur, we hardly saw a woman cutting. I did finally meet one, but not in the big workshops. So it's a very gendered activity. I'd like to show you the video that we made, and all the film, all the images, the photos, the whole lot, I took them. And I had a very good editor who managed to put them up the right way because I got them all wrong. But have a look. And so this is a video that we made both in Hindi and English and was designed for workers and to try and give them some sensitivity to what was needed in their workplace. So let's hope this goes.
Transforming rough stone into a beautiful gem requires great skill and years of experience. But the process of sewing, preforming, cutting, and polishing also creates dust. Some dust can be harmful to the gem cutter's health. Gemstone cutting creates different kinds of dust depending on the stone. In this video, I will help you to understand why they are harmful to your health and what you can do to control dust and prevent it from harming you. All types of dust are not good for your health. They will irritate your skin or make you cough. But it is the very fine dust that you breathe in, known as silica, which you cannot see, that will damage your health. The particles are smaller than a human hair, so small that you can fit many of them on a pinhead. The small size of the particles allows them to travel through your nose and deep into your lungs and into the alveoli. This can scar your lungs. You have difficulty breathing, you start to have a persistent cough, and you can get diseases like pneumonia and TB, and over time may even cause cancer and silicosis. Some stones produce a lot of fine dust when they are cut. As a gemstone cutter, you will have seen many stones over the years, and you are an expert on them. Stones which produce fine silica dust are particularly harmful because silica dust is like poison to your lungs. For example, agate and jasper. Quartz-based stones like amethyst, citrine, rose quartz, opal, and chalcedony. The dust from these stones contains sharp, tiny pieces of silica which will cut and damage deep inside your lung and can cause permanent damage. Other stones like rubies, sapphires, emeralds, tourmaline do not contain this poisonous dust. However, remember that large amounts of dust in your lungs can still cause breathing difficulties. So how can you protect yourself from the bad effects of dust, especially the very fine dust? Water is the most effective control. Most workshops today wet the stone with a water drip during cutting. Water catches the airborne dust and prevents it from being breathed in. But careful cleaning of machines and floors is necessary. Wet mopping works well. Some workshops recommend 3 wet mops. Remember to dispose of the dust carefully outside the shop into the drain. When you're cutting stones that produce a large amount of poisonous silica dust, you should wear a mask. But make sure it is the correct mask, not a scarf or this kind of mask. They will not stop the very small particles. You need a mask like this. Also, keep children away from the cutting process. Lung disease caused from breathing in very small particles of poisonous dust destroys your health and your life. So use water when you're cutting stones. Clean up carefully and keep dust to a minimum. Wear the correct mask if you're cutting stones like agate, chalcedony, jasper, amethyst, citrine, and rose quartz. Thank you.
So that's the video we created. We then created some posters to accompany the workshops with a code that people could then click on the video and look at it. I know it simplifies the issues, but it did seem to be well received. So it was also presented in Hindi, and I think that it got the main issues across there. So I might just leave it there. I think that's most of the presentation. If you're interested and you'd like some more information about the way in which we captured dust in the workshops and the different things we did, very happy to provide that information. But that's about it. If there's any questions, I'm very happy to take them.
Our next speaker is Dr. Rana Sangupta, a leading advocate for mine workers' rights in India, with nearly 3 decades dedicated to labour welfare, occupational health and social justice. Holding a master's degree in social work and a PhD on labour in the natural stone supply chain, he was awarded the Ashoka Fellowship in 2009. Sangupta has driven major reforms in Rajasthan, including securing miners' rights, recognition of silicosis as an epidemic, and the landmark 2019 pneumococcal policy.
Good afternoon. I'm Rana Sangupta. I am really thankful to Dr. Nikky, Dr. Lynda, and the University of Queensland to give me this opportunity to share my experiences, my knowledge, and the story of the sandstone mining in Rajasthan. So I'm based in India, Rajasthan, Jodhpur, which is the gateway to the Thar Desert. And this is the area where majority of the mining takes place. So the statistics about some few statistics, and then I will narrate what the challenges that the stone industry is facing in Rajasthan. So we are contributing approximately 90% of the India's natural stone. And this is the biggest state in the country with the richest number of mineral deposits. The revenue approximately $500 million. The state has approximately 34,000 plus quarry licenses and mining leases. This is the second largest employment sector in the state. So if we see how the minerals has been segregated, it's basically known as major minerals and minor minerals and quarry licenses. So major minerals are basically those minerals which are raw materials to industries, whereas minor minerals are those minerals which directly are consumed, like granite, sandstone, marble. So the issue is broadly because the subject, that is mining, in 1952, when the Mines Act was enacted in India, the mining activities were done by the state government, that was public sector enterprises. Over the period, the leases and the licenses were also given to private players. So when the state was mining, the regulatory authority was the central government. So we have a federal government. So in that case, the central government Ministry of Labour and Employment used to look after enforcement of labor laws, health and safety, and it was known as, the department was known as Director General Mine Safety. But when the state started leasing out to private players, that's where it was a challenge for the regulatory authority because their scope was restricted with manpower and the access. So from 3,000, it turned into 33,000. And it was impossible for the enforcement authority to even visit all these mines, forget about any kind of enforcement and securing health and safety. And the challenge was also that the regulatory authority has no power to cancel any mining lease because they don't issue it. So when you don't have the power to issue it, you don't have the power to cancel it also. But you can issue prohibitory orders, cause notices, but the private players don't respect those notices. They don't bother about it because that doesn't stop them from mining. And the state also doesn't intervene because they are the revenue earners for the state. So coming to quarry licenses, which you can see on your screen, 17,684. These are small mines, basically given to marginalized, poor, uprooted people, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, other backward communities, landless, below poverty line. These were the criteria of giving out quarry licenses, and they were given through lotteries. So if you see one area where the minor minerals are given to private players and the quarry licenses given to poor people through lottery, so it's beyond any capacity. They can't even invest in these mines. So to stop illegal mining and to regulate them, these quarry licenses were issued officially through lotteries. But there was no backup provided in terms of technology, no knowledge in terms of health and safety, no access to market, just because they wanted to have the control on the quarry license, on this theft. So they issued quarry licenses. Now what happens in such mines then? Workers are unorganized, They even don't have an identity where they are working. If they're working in some mines, there are no records maintained of their hours of work, their medical checkup or anything. So that's where MLPC, the organization, Mine Labor Protection Campaign, came into begin to resolve this issue, the disparity between the state and the central government, where the vulnerability of the mine workers were there. It was not the same case in regulated mines, because, for example, a cement company has a mine, so they won't disobey the laws because that will be having consequences on them. So it was easy for the unregulated areas, that is the minor minerals, the leases in the minor minerals and the quarry licenses, where nothing was checked except the revenue that was coming to the pocket of the state. We were advocating for bringing these mine workers into the scope of the regulatory authorities. But there was no mechanism except that to do some fact-finding study and reveal this to the state government that what is happening in the mining area. So we did a study in 2009, the socioeconomic conditions of the mine workers, where we came across that the women workforce, majority of the women workforce are widows of mine workers. And when we asked them what was the reason, how did their husbands die, they said it was TB. This report was presented and then there was a question mark. TB is a curable disease. How come so many people have died because of TB? So we went back and checked into the records of the hospital. Most of these people, maybe 99% of the people who had died, did not die in the hospital. They were discharged few days before the doctor understood that this is not going to be cured, and they didn't want the death record to happen in the hospital premises. So majority of the deaths have happened in the houses and in a span of a week from the date of the discharge from the hospital. So this is the point where we were trying to understand what was the problem, why they were discharged. And when we saw their records, so yeah, the practice in Rajasthan and most of the parts of India is also to burn the records in the funeral. Any belonging, they consider it evil. So few papers we found of 22 widows only, where there was a discharge card in their house which mentioned silicosis and silicotuberculosis. Those days, there was no computer record maintained in the hospitals. So we cross-checked with the hospital and we found that these 22 records are genuine. In their discharge, it was not mentioned silicosis at all, but they were discharged before their death. So when we took all this data and went to the government didn't respond to us. So finally, we had to put a complaint with the Human Rights Commission. So the Human Rights Commission investigated the case and had sent a team to investigation. They found that the complaint was genuine. And knowing that these people were being discharged from the hospitals and they were not rightfully diagnosed, the Human Rights Commission asked the state government to pay monetary relief to all those people who had died. But because the complaint was restricted to only 22 widows, so only 22 people were given monetary relief. And that too came from the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. Because on the orders of the Human Rights Commission, the state raised a question, who is going to pay and from which budget? So every state has a budgetary provision. So they didn't have a budgetary provision to pay because of these 22 women. So the first monetary relief came from the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. But the tragedy was, out of 22 widows, only 21 was present. There's one widow who went missing. And that time we didn't have phones and all those things to connect with them. But this lady, this 22nd lady who was missing, she came back after knowing that these 21 widows were paid 3 lakh rupees, 300,000 rupees. So this widow, when she asked for the money, the government didn't respond because it was one-time charity money given from the relief fund. So this complaint was again took up with the Human Rights Commission, where the Human Rights Commission said that they had found approximately 1,000 people in that hospital record who were suffering from silicosis in the TB hospital. So this lady and several other widows came demanding for the money. They had to sit for a protest for almost 1 month in front of the district administration, where the administration took cognizance and developed a fund which was known as Rajasthan Environmental Health Administrative Board Fund, Rehab. And that money came from the mining cess. So second money which was given to these widows was from the mining cess. And over the period from 2013 to 2019, hundreds and thousands of people came up knowing that their husbands also died, or they were also suffering from same problem. They have been taking treatment for tuberculosis thrice, 4 times, and nothing was happening. They were not getting any cure or any relief. So noting this, we pressurized the government to take up this particular issue seriously and declare it as an epidemic. So in between 2013 and 19, the state government, the Rajasthan state government, was the first in the country to enlist this disease silicosis as an epidemic. Thereafter, the focus was more seriously taken up on this disease, the issue, because Human Rights Commission was monitoring it regularly. In 2019, Rajasthan became the first state in the country to have a pneumocnosis policy. So what happens to after this policy? These are the statistics. $3,400 people have been given monetary relief. And this is the amount that they have already given to people who are suffering from silicosis. Huge amount of financial pressure on the government. The death assistance is $2,266. The pension is only $17 per month. There is some money given for funeral assistance and free medical treatment. And also they are listed with the government under below poverty category, and they have the access to all state welfare schemes. This is the financial cost to the state of Rajasthan. I just translated into dollars, and you can understand the entire quantum. So the government keeps on paying since last 6 years. But all of a sudden, when there was a crisis of the fund, the government introduced AI. And under the right to information, I had asked the government, was the AI validated? To which they responded, no. And from 5,204 in 2023, the detection has come down to 518. So earlier, silicosis was misdiagnosed as tuberculosis, and now the AI has again misdiagnosed it. So there are hardly people left to fight for this issue, because the government has put their hands up saying that we have a computer-aided kind of a detection, which is AI. And this is the fact, because most of the doctors are not trained. There was cases of misdiagnosis, corruption, whatnot. But this is a pathetic situation where instead of preventing the problem, this kind of a mechanism has been adopted. I'm not saying against the government. The fact is, the pressure is on the TB hospital. And there are hardly doctors who are trained on silicosis. So there was misdiagnosis by the doctors, and now the misdiagnosis by the system. The another issue is also silicosis being a notified disease. Neither before 2010, before the human rights complaint was raised, they were notifying it to the regulatory authority, nor did they notify it to the regulatory authority from 2019 to 2025. So the regulatory authority now says that if a problem has occurred and they are not notified, they are not informed, they cannot act upon it. And notification has to be done to the central government. So when I started my presentation, I said there's a big gap in the system between the state and the central government. So any regulation goes to the central government. And if the state doesn't inform the central government about the problem, and the state starts paying off on behalf of the polluter, and at a point they are exhausted with the funds, this is what has happened. So the challenge, the financial burden, 40,000 people and 5 million to be paid to each, 200 millions. The next is the pension amount, which is a recurring annual cost. When the mines were given to poor people, thinking of giving them livelihood and also to put a check on illegal mining, they never thought of how a technology can be brought in. So it was not mining, it was just breaking stones, digging out stones from the earth. So there was no technology provided, there was no safety measures, there was no check. And also there was no financial aid available for the mine owners to invest on equipments. And as I said, that enforcement, there's a big gap in the system in terms of enforcement, bringing in AI, and then the consequences is the women workforce, all bonded. They're forced to send their children to the mine also, to accompany them to help them earn something better. So now we are emphasizing on prevention because we are showcasing the cost that the government has already paid and the burden that we forecast from here onwards. Moreover, there's less workforce left in the mines because they know that they're going to die out of it. So they are moving out. Almost 70% of the mines are non-operational because of the crisis of labor, technology, finance. So here we think that those who can, companies or financial institutions, they should come forward for the growth of the industry to bring it back to its performance, should support with technology and finance to the small quarry operators, the minor minerals. At the same time, the tuberculosis program, the National Tuberculosis Program, should incorporate a mechanism to bring in silicosis detection. Else it will be very difficult to eliminate tuberculosis from this country. So silicosis and tuberculosis should be detected. There should be bidirectional tests. There should be early detections through biomarkers or subradiological mechanisms, which is affordable. And for those who have already got affected of this particular disease and those families where the husbands have died out of silicosis, they need to be brought in on rehabilitation by giving them alternate livelihood. So this is the story where we started in 2009, and in 15 years, things have moved up and again gone down. So tomorrow we are organizing a seminar physically at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, bringing in all the experts, trying to talk about the policy. We did a lot in this country, but again, at a point, we got helpless because we didn't focus on the preventive aspect. So tomorrow we are going to work on it, and we are looking for associations, collaborations of those institutions across the globe who have done good work on prevention, early detection, or rehabilitation. So this is it. You can visit us. You all can visit us to our website, which is, you can scan this. That is mindlabor.in, or contact us on these email IDs. I'm once again very thankful to the organizers, to the sponsors, to the University of Queensland. And if there are questions, I'll be very happy to respond. Thank you.
Rana Meeso is a mechanical engineer and postgraduate student at UQ. Her thesis focuses on the AI-driven identification of diesel particulate matter in Australian coal mines. Nana's research conducted under the supervision of Dr. Nikky LaBranche and is part of the Dust and Respiratory Health Program within UQ's Sustainable Minerals Institute. Thank you, Nana.
Yep, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rana Meeso, and I'm completing a Master of Engineering Science at the University of Queensland. My research is focusing on developing an AI model to identify the diesel particulate matter in Australian coal mine. And what I'll be covering today is why this work matters, what we aim to achieve, the methodology I use, the prototype or the demo that I developed with the result, and also the discussion and the outline for what is next, what is the future work. So to start with the background, we all have seen throughout the day that it's different type of respiratory dust is cause damage to human health. DPM is the diesel particulate matter is one of the major occupational health risks in coal mine. The International Agency for Research on Cancer classified DPM as a class 1 carcinogen, which means it's known to cause cancer in human. DPM is primarily a carbon base. We can see from the structure here that consists with a solid carbon core and surrounded by a solid hydrocarbon and other chemical species, form a larger agglomerate rather than like a single spheres. And it's become a real issue in the coal mine because the DPM is a carbon. Also, the coal dust is also carbon. So when they coexist, they look very similar, like chemically very similar, making it extremely difficult to differentiate, to distinguish between the two by using our traditional analysis method that we have. And the challenge is especially important in the Australian coal mine, where our current monitoring method is still rely on the US standard 0.8 micron size cutoff to separate between DPM and coal dust. The standards assume that any particle smaller than 0.8 is the DPM, anything larger is the coal dust. But in some Australian coal mines condition, this assumption isn't always true. In the SEM images here, the black pore at the background, the little one here is our filter is a pore about 0.4 micron. And the red line that measure here is showing the agglomerates of the DPM, which is larger than 0.8. And we have some coal dust that fall below that threshold, is smaller than 0.8. So this is show why the 0.8 micron cutoff can misclassify them. And on top of that, the method like elemental carbon and total carbon, they also cannot isolate DPM from other carbon sources because chemically carbon is a carbon, you cannot separate them. Even the EDS, including the MLA that we use, also cannot distinguish between DPM and coal dust either because both simply appear as a carbon peaks in the spectra. So we do need a new approach to distinguish between the two. Here is where the AI image-based analysis come in. We're focusing on particle morphology and virtual features rather than relying solely on chemistry. So from the background, we see the gap is clear. We need a more accurate automated method to analyze the SEM images to distinguish the DPM in the Australian coal mine, where it's a submicron coal dust and the large DPM agglomerates often occur together. This study aimed to develop and validate an AI model that can automatically distinguish DPM from the coal dust under the SEM images. So in a simple term, we asked 3 questions. What morphology feature that is best to separate between the two? And which image processing tools can be reliably extract this feature or the data from the SEM images? And the last one is which AI approach will work best to classify the DPM based on their shape and structure? So those research questions form a foundation of the methodology that I developed. So I divided into 3 primary phases, which I work through each question. The first one to identify the morphology that is like the agglomerate and is smaller and the surface is not as smooth or as the coal dust. And the second is how to extract and prepare the data set for the AI training model in the next one. And the third one is what AI model is best to classify them. And then the phase 4, after I train the model, then I use the training weight or the result from the training and then build the user interface which will make it quicker and easier for everyone, even without the coding or AI background. So the user can upload the SEM images and then it will run the detection and you get the result instantly. So this flowchart is quite a lot, but it's packed the workflow in phase 1 to phase 3. I started with 35 SEM images and it will be divided in 3 data set for training, for validation, and for testing. This flowchart is outline the whole process from manual annotation, data preparation, model selection, and training the AI segmentation model. We will look at each step briefly in the next slides. So starting with this one is the data annotation step. I manually drew the polygons marked around each DPM and coal dust particle to capture their shape, their structure for the model training. So we try to teach the model how the difference between the DPM and the dust. And you can see the difference between the two images here. One is captured at 1 micron, the other captured at 10 micron. That one is 10 micron, one is more zoomed out, which is outline our boundary of the study because the object of interest that we are looking at is about 1 micron. So the resolution limit, if we study this, should capture at about 1 micron or even smaller, ideally down to the nanometer scales. And the next one, since we have a small data set, I use an automated image augmentation on the Roblo 4. This one is also the open source. We generated more sample data set by flipping, rotating, adjust the brightness or the contrast. This one increased the training data from the first 35 to 84. So which means we are doing here, we try to help the model to recognize the DPM under different angles and lighting. Then we train the AI model. I use the transfer learning. It's called YOLO segmentation model. So we could build existing segmentation knowledge instead of starting from scratch because we have a limited data set. And the model was trained for 500 epochs, which means they will look at the images like 500 times, but I also enable the early stop to prevent overfitting. So like not to confuse the model. And the image was resized to 640 by 640 pixels to due to the hardware constraint. And here is the virtual result, like the output from the model. On the left, yes, will be one with a higher magnification, the other one with the lower magnification. Even with the different magnification or like different zoom level, the model can still accurately detect and outline the DPM. And here is the model performance. Although we start with a small data set, we expand it through the image augmentation. And as you can see on the right, it's the loss and the error. So they were like steadily decreasing and then stable, while on the right, that side, it shows the performance of the model is increasing. The accuracy metric is increasing and continue improve, and then it stabilize and indicate that the model learned effectively without overfitting. And the training, even though we started like 500 epochs, it stopped at about 300 or 310 around that, which means it's already stable with no fitting or overfitting. Even the small data set, limited magnification that we have, the model still, and also running on only personal computer, the model still achieves the average precision of about 56 to 57%, which is quite promising for this kind of complex microscopic data. And this one, the flowchart for the last phase to create the user interface. This one is where I developed the DPM Inspector user interface. The goal is to make it usable for people without coding and AI, as I said, like background. So your user can upload the images and calibrate the scales from the image, like that from the microscope, like 1 micron or in the nanometers. I built the interface on Python using the PySci framework, integrated the trained model and add feature to calculate the estimated area or the mass of the DPM. And the result can be exported and making it practical and for the real research use. This is how the user interface look like. It shows user can drag and drop or upload the images, or you can upload a batch of TIF files, which is you have more than one image, and you calibrate the scale. After that, it's run automatically. And you see the dual display. One is original, the other one is with the marks. The dust will be marked in the yellow, the DPM marks in the blue. And also in the bottom, you can see each particle detail. If you click in one of them, and then the display will zoom into that particle, like the particular particle, for reviewing or checking the accuracy. Overall, the design is to make the DPM analysis fast, virtual, and for user-friendly. And this is the zoom in of how the results look like. One on the right is the raw image. The other one on the left is the result with the marks on. And the result can export it in 3 format. One is the images, like the JPEG or PNG. The other 2 can be HTML or this SCV. The HTML is for very easy to viewing in any browser. And the SCV you can open in Excel or other further analysis in the different software. Next is the discussion and implication. The strength of the study are the AI is accurate, identify particle shapes and features in SEM images, and the YOLO segmentation model handle a small scale microscopic data effectively. The user interface demo make the analysis quick and accessible, demonstrating the feasibility of the AI-based DPM monitoring for coal mines. The main limitation, because we start with a small data set, so maybe that is one of our limitation. And some annotation inconsistency may lead to like slight noises, especially sometimes when the particles are overlapping. Overall, the work is still build a strong foundation for automated DPM detection in Australian coal mine. Is provide a greater accuracy for submicron dust without relying on the US 0.8 micron cutoff. Is enable the characterization of dust, silica, and DPM in the same filter, and it show the potential for similar application. For example, to distinguish the silica from the resin in engineered stone. To conclude this study, we have developed the AI-based pipeline for detecting DPM in SEM images, and we built a prototype user interface for easy and faster use for DPM classification. The model still has some limitation due to the small data size, but overall, the framework showed that the capacity that it work and its practical application for the coal mines dust monitoring. For future work, we can expand the data set using more diverse samples from multiple coal mines. We can improve the annotation consistency using the semi-automated tool with also the human expert supervised. And we can implement a tails inference workflow to analyze the SEM images. And in the long-term goals to integrate the DPM estimation into the mine health monitoring system, making the process automated, accurate, and accessible for the real-world use. And that is the conclusion of my presentation.
Hi, Nana. Thanks very much for that. The samples you used for your training set, what was the duration? Like, how long did you collect the DPM for? I'm just in, because it doesn't seem like there was a lot of deposit on those filters.
Yeah.
And samples over a full shift would be much more heavily loaded.
I got that sample from the previous study. I'm not so sure how long for the period or set of time, but it was collected.
Hang on, Nikki. You don't have a microphone.
2 to 3 hours for most of them. So some of them are what came from the underground coal characterization study, and some from the study of the surface mines as we started that. So these were just images that we happened to have as part of the collection. So we hadn't taken any images specifically for this purpose yet, but having done this study, we now have a better idea of the resolutions and some of the other parameters for images that we need.
Can that be applied, or have you already applied it to other types of minerals, such as fibrous mineral, elongated cleavage fragment fibrous minerals?
All right. Matt.
So we have been discussing the fibrous minerals a lot, specifically the naturally occurring asbestos. Not with this particular optical AI technique, but with the MLA itself and the other work we're doing, we can tell what's an asbestiform fiber versus what's a carbon fiber versus what's a fiber of another class. And then as you saw with those aspect ratios, we can measure that length versus breadth of each particle to be able to tell you, more information about the fibers. That can be done.
So are you looking at more than just aspect ratio? You're looking at other features of the fibers, such as parallel sides and curvature and other aspects in that? And are you also using Galtieri's work that he's done in the past on the different criteria of the particles, such as iron content and surface chemistry and that kind of thing?
So right now the fibers are just a side effect of what we're seeing on there. So we know we can do it. We know it's showing up in what we're doing, but we haven't set out on a study of the fibers to get into great detail yet, but it is on the agenda. Yes. Yeah.
Congratulations on a great presentation.
Thank you.
I just missed, what was the ROC of your curves? When you said it was accurate, what was the ROC
I'll go back to that slide.
I think I might have heard 56, 57%. But I just wanted to check.
You mean the loss curve?
Well, the accuracy of your data.
The accuracy of the model
Yeah.
is mean average precision about 56 to 57%. Oh, sorry, what's the question?
Yeah, that's the question you've answered.
Yeah.
It's just that's fairly
Yeah,
low
because that
ROC for a lot of other assays. That's all. I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, this is a first try with a data set that was not meant for this application. It was data I already had from other things that we put into a thesis of like, will this work to start with? And if we had better images at a higher resolution and more images to do, I think that will naturally come up. But this was a good starting point of is this possible? All right, and I will just add that Nana is finishing her master's thesis this year, so she will be out looking for a job after this. So, she's very smart, as you can see by the work that she's done here. So, yeah, if you're a mining company, have a chat to her after the session. So I think it's been a great day today. We've heard from a lot of very diverse perspectives. So, everything from Ken this morning, we're learning about some of the tripartite work and the how he's reinvigorated the ComShack and the MShack with what they're doing there and on the health and safety side. We learned about the mortality from Dr. Bob this morning and the higher odds ratios with the COPD, as well as the lung cancer. Learned about the complexity of the particles that we're finding in the lungs today, as well as things about the shape of the particles and their sizes and the compositions that are a lot more complex there. And there's a lot more work still to be done in that area with what we're all finding there. We learned about return to work and the biopsychosocial models there and what does and doesn't exist in the literature currently with how we return these people to work. We learned about our COPD research priorities and so what the important things are for exposure prevention, diagnosis, and management in that space. And they do run through some of the other themes today. We learned about iron and silica and their reactivity and cytotoxicity in some of the lung tissue work, as well as the natural killer cells and how they reduce the ability to kill the precancerous cells. We had a presentation about how to reach a culturally and linguistically diverse workforce with the example of the gem cutters today. So that's something that did come up, in the Lung Foundation research as well as something that we need to do to reach some of these populations, especially as we get outside of mining and the tier 1 companies and the high level of education campaigns for those workforces. We learned about the struggles that Rajasthan is having with their silicosis there and some of the challenges that they're facing in their system. So very different than some of the challenges that we faced with it. And then we learned about dust and DPM and using AI for image analysis. So a starting point of that work for us, but a good jumping off point for the things we can't do chemically. So the carbon is carbon for the coal dust and DPM, but also for hopefully the issues we're having with the quartz versus the soda lime glass versus the matrix in the resins too. There's definitely room for work there. So yes, lots of fantastic things today, and I'll be interested to hear suggestions for things that you'd like to hear for next year. So with this event, so the video, we'll take it, edit it, and post it. So it should be about a week or so, I think, for that, but we will send you an email when that is there and available. And so I would like to thank all our sponsors that have been here today. Breathe Safe, our platinum sponsor. So thank you for your continued support and commitment to advancing clearer, safer air in the mining environments. To our gold sponsor, Draeger, we do appreciate your longstanding partnership and innovation in safety technology. To our silver sponsor, Cyclone, thank you for your support and focus on improving air quality and operator protection. And to our bronze sponsors, Clean Space, Kenelec, and Sunsum Scientific, it's great to have you here, and your contributions help ensure the success of this event and the important conversations today. And a thank you to RSHQ, who is our morning tea sponsor, who's been here since the beginning of this forum, so all 8 years, and your help with making this the success it is. So please join me in acknowledging all our sponsors. Yeah. And this event is a joint effort. So I would like to say a big thank you to all of the SMI staff and team who have helped put this together. So it's months and months of work to put all the pieces together. So to Alana, especially from our admin team, who's been great in dealing with the venue and the food and all of that, and to Tracy as well in admin, to Jill and Andrew in the comms team for all the work and all the emails that you guys have gotten and along through this and making sure the website's running smoothly. To Yolita, who's our sponsorship chair for this year. So for taking on that and getting our sponsors here and all set up. To Bianca, who's the speaker coordinator. So liaising with everybody and chasing them all down for their PowerPoints, and for being online today, even with the couple hiccups we had this morning. It's always a challenge to get used to a new venue and a new IT system. And as well, thank you to our session chair. So to Libby this morning, to Dean Barr from RSHQ, and to David Cliff. Another special thank you to David as well, who was my PhD supervisor, who was the one that supported me and led me down the journey that's brought all this work together. So thank you to all the SMI staff. Okay, and we do have a post-event survey for you. So this is the first year we've held it at the convention center, and I think we have had record attendance. So there's 219 in-person registrations and 353 online as of yesterday, which is probably more by this morning for last-minute people. But we do want to hear about what you thought of the event, how everything went, and if you've got any suggestions for the event going forward. Thank you.